Hey there, welcome to Broderos. Tonight, we've got hours of chilling horror stories combined with soothing rain sounds to help you relax and sleep. Before you drift off, leave a comment below and let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. And don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe right away. If you end up not enjoying it, you can always take it back later. Get cozy and let the fear take over. Island without light. Have you ever felt like you were being watched, even in the most serene places? It's a feeling that creeps up your spine, leaving you breathless and cold. For me, this feeling began the moment we set foot on the island. I am Dr. Emily Hart, a marine biologist. My team and I had been eagerly anticipating this expedition for months. The island was said to be a pristine paradise, untouched by modern civilization, perfect for our research on coral reefs and marine biodiversity. Yet, as we approached its shores on a small boat, a sense of foreboding hung in the air, thick and suffocating. The island loomed before us, cloaked in a veil of mist that danced upon the surface of the water. As we docked and stepped onto the sandy beach, I felt an uneasy flutter in my stomach. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets I couldn't decipher. My colleagues, Tom, Sarah, and Jake, were full of excitement, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were intruding upon something ancient and powerful. We set up our camp a short distance from the beach, constructing our tents under the watchful eyes of towering palm trees. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that crept closer with each passing moment. As night fell, we gathered around the flickering campfire, sharing stories of past adventures and laughing about the challenges we might face on this trip. Yet, as darkness enveloped us, I noticed something strange. The laughter faded into an eerie silence, and the only sounds were the crackling fire and the distant rustle of leaves. It felt as if the island had swallowed our voices, leaving behind an unsettling stillness. I glanced at Tom, whose eyes darted nervously into the darkness, and I could see Sarah's smile faltering. "Is it just me, or does this place feel off?" I asked, trying to break the tension. "Nah, it's just the jungle," Jake replied, attempting to sound confident. "We're just not used to it." But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something lurking just beyond the reach of our firelight. The air grew heavy, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. As the flames flickered, casting ghostly shadows on the surrounding trees, I felt an inexplicable urge to look beyond the light, into the consuming darkness. Suddenly, the fire dimmed. It flickered as if caught in an unseen breeze, even though there was none. We exchanged confused glances. Tom stood, squinting into the shadows. "Did you see that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "What?" "See what?" I replied, my heart racing. The fire sputtered back to life, illuminating our faces, but a chill had settled in the air, wrapping around us like a shroud. "Nothing," Tom mumbled, sitting back down, but I could see the tension in his shoulders. We tried to brush off the unease, focusing instead on the stars above, which twinkled like distant diamonds. Yet, with each passing moment, the island felt more like a living entity, breathing and watching, rather than a mere backdrop for our research. As we turned in for the night, I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes upon us, hidden in the shadows. The soft sounds of the island, the rustling leaves, the distant calls of nocturnal creatures seemed to grow louder, amplifying my unease. I crawled into my sleeping bag, trying to ignore the growing anxiety that settled in my chest. Sleep came reluctantly, my mind swirling with images of the island and the strange sensations it evoked. Then, in the stillness of the night, it happened. the light began to fade. One moment, our camp was illuminated by the glow of the moon, and the next, it was as if a switch had been flipped, plunging us into a profound darkness. I awoke with a start, the cold grip of panic seizing me. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking. The beam cut through the darkness, but I could see nothing but the silhouettes of trees closing in around us. My heart raced as I called out for my team. Tom, Sarah, Jake. My voice echoed, swallowed by the night. No response. I scrambled from my tent, the damp earth cold beneath my bare feet. The darkness felt alive, oppressive, as if it were trying to smother me. I could hear the distant rustling of leaves, a reminder that we were not alone on this island. And that's when I heard it, a low, guttural sound echoing through the trees. It sent chills down my spine, each pulse of sound vibrating in my bones. I turned, shining my flashlight in every direction, but all I saw were the menacing shadows. Then, a scream shattered the night. It was Sarah. My heart plummeted into my stomach as I rushed toward the sound, the beam of my flashlight shaking in my grasp. The darkness felt like a living thing, closing in around me as I stumbled through the underbrush. I could hear the frantic rustling of leaves and the crunch of twigs underfoot, but my focus was solely on Sarah's terrified voice echoing in the night. Sarah, where are you? I called out, my voice trembling. I'm here. Emily, help. Her voice was frantic, layered with palpable fear. I pushed through a tangle of vines and emerged into a small clearing. My flashlight illuminated the scene before me. Sarah stood frozen, her eyes wide with terror, pointing into the darkness. Something's out there, she gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. What did you see? I asked, heart pounding in my chest as I scanned the edges of the clearing. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches stretching out as if to ensnare us. I don't know. It was huge. It moved so fast, she stammered, stepping back as if the shadows themselves were reaching for her. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. Let's get back to the camp. We need to regroup, I urged, but as I turned to lead her back, a sudden rustling in the bushes behind us made me freeze. We stood in silence, the oppressive darkness wrapping around us. I raised my flashlight, the beam flickering slightly as I shone it in the direction of the sound. Nothing. Just the inky blackness and the distant call of an owl. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I felt rooted to the spot, every fiber of my being telling me to stay alert. Did you hear that? Sarah whispered, her eyes darting around, searching for the unseen threat. Before I could respond, a low growl reverberated through the air, sending shivers racing down my spine. It was a sound that didn't belong in this idyllic paradise. It was primal, raw, and filled with an ancient menace. My breath caught in my throat as I turned slowly, scanning the shadows, praying for some rational explanation. I think we should, I began, but the growl intensified, now closer, more menacing. It sounded like it was right behind us. In that moment, a flash of movement darted between the trees, too fast for my eyes to catch. Instinctively, I grabbed Sarah's hand, pulling her toward the safety of our camp. We stumbled back through the underbrush, our footsteps hurried and panicked. As we broke through the thicket and into the clearing, I called out again, Tom, Jake, where are you? My flashlight swept across the camp, illuminating the empty tents and the dying embers of our fire. There was no sign of my colleagues. The oppressive silence that hung in the air felt heavy, like a weight pressing down on my chest. Where are they? I whispered, fear threading through my voice. They were just here. They couldn't have gone far. Sarah exclaimed, her panic rising as she searched the darkness, her breath quickening. I turned my flashlight toward the trees that surrounded our camp, the shadows moving like specters in the beam of light. Stay close, I warned, the fear that coursed through me sharpening my senses. We need to find them. We called out again, our voices echoing into the night, met only with silence. With each passing second, the atmosphere grew more oppressive, the darkness feeling more alive. The flickering shadows seemed to shift and change, taking on shapes that made my heart race faster. Just then, we heard it again, a rustling noise, followed by a quick, sharp yelp. It was Tom's voice, distant but unmistakable. Help! Over here! Tom! I shouted, darting in the direction of his voice. Sarah followed closely behind, her breath hitching in fear. The rustling intensified, and the low growl resonated again, echoing through the trees. It was closer now, wrapping around us like a predator stalking its prey. My pulse quickened as I raced toward Tom, pushing aside branches and dodging roots. I could feel the oppressive weight of the darkness pressing against my skin, urging me to flee. As we emerged from the trees, we found Tom crouched near the base of a massive tree, his face pale and drenched in sweat. What happened? I gasped, the relief of finding him momentarily overshadowing my fear. It's Jake. He went to check something in the woods, Tom stammered, his voice trembling. I thought I heard him call out, but then it went silent. My heart sank as I glanced around the clearing, the shadows stretching and creeping closer. We need to find him, I said, my voice firm despite the dread pooling in my stomach. Tom nodded, and together we ventured back into the darkness, Sarah gripping my arm tightly. The underbrush cracked and shifted beneath our feet, and with every step, I felt the growing presence of something lurking just out of sight, waiting and watching. We searched for what felt like hours, calling Jake's name into the night, but each call was met with silence. The darkness seemed to swallow our voices, and I could feel despair creeping into my heart. Emily, I don't like this, Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. What if something happened to him? Jake is resourceful, I said, trying to reassure us both. He's probably just exploring. But deep down, I knew that something was wrong. As we moved deeper into the forest, the low growl returned, closer now, vibrating through the air. It was a sound that echoed the fear in my heart, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being hunted. Then, just ahead, I caught a glimpse of movement. A shadow darted between the trees, and I pointed my flashlight in that direction. Did you see that? I exclaimed, my pulse quickening. Yeah, I did. Tom replied, squinting into the darkness. We should go back. We need to regroup. No, I said firmly. We can't leave Jake out here. We have to keep looking. Just then, I heard a faint rustling behind us. The growl had become a low, rumbling sound, more animalistic, more threatening. I felt my heart drop as I realized we were not alone. Run! I shouted, adrenaline flooding my veins as I took off in the opposite direction. Sarah and Tom followed, our footsteps pounding against the forest floor, echoing in the silence. But as we ran, the growl became louder, more pronounced, and I could hear the sound of something large crashing through the underbrush behind us. We burst into a clearing, breathless and terrified, but it felt like we were running straight into the jaws of a waiting predator. Where is Jake? Tom shouted, panic rising in his voice. I don't know. I screamed back, fear gripping me. We need to find him. Just then, from the shadows, I heard a scream, a familiar voice that shattered the night. Jake! I cried, but before I could react, the darkness surged around us, and a massive shape lunged from the trees. My flashlight flickered wildly, illuminating a creature with piercing eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Emily! Run! Tom yelled as the creature lunged forward, and I felt a wave of terror wash over me. In that moment, I realized we were not just explorers on a remote island, we were prey in a world that had long since forgotten us. The creature's growl vibrated through the air, a sound both terrifying and primal. My mind raced as I caught a glimpse of its form, a hulking silhouette cloaked in darkness, with eyes like molten gold that reflected my flashlight's beam. It moved with a speed that defied nature, lunging toward us with a feral intensity. Run! I screamed again, adrenaline coursing through my veins as I turned on my heel and sprinted back into the underbrush. Branches clawed at my arms and legs, and I could hear Tom and Sarah's frantic footsteps behind me. The sound of the creature crashing through the trees grew closer, its growl echoing in the night like a relentless drumbeat. I had no idea where we were going, only that we had to escape the terror that chased us. My heart pounded in my chest, the rhythm syncing with the panic swirling in my mind. Behind us, I could hear the creature's heavy breaths, almost as if it were toying with us, savoring the hunt. Emily! This way! Tom shouted, veering to the right toward a cluster of dense trees. I followed, my instincts overriding the paralyzing fear gripping my heart. We ducked under low-hanging branches and wove between the thick trunks, desperately trying to put distance between ourselves and the creature. As we burst into another clearing, the moonlight illuminated the ground, creating a stark contrast between the darkness and the silver glow. I stopped to catch my breath, trying to steady my racing heart, but before I could speak, Sarah gasped, pointing ahead. There's a cave, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear and urgency. In the center of the clearing, a dark mouth yawned open, the entrance to a cave. It looked foreboding, but at that moment, it felt like our only chance for survival. We have to hide, I urged, and without waiting for a response, I sprinted toward the cave, my flashlight beam flickering erratically as I ran. Tom and Sarah followed closely behind, and we ducked into the darkness just as the growl echoed once more, reverberating through the trees. The sound felt alive, filled with an insatiable hunger that sent a chill down my spine. We stumbled deeper into the cave, our footsteps echoing off the cold, damp walls. Inside, the darkness enveloped us like a thick fog. I shined my flashlight around, revealing jagged rocks and uneven ground. It's safe for now, I whispered, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. What if it follows us? Tom asked, his breath hitching as he leaned against the cave wall. What if it knows we're here? We have to stay quiet, I said, pressing my back against the cool stone, attempting to calm my racing heart. The air was heavy and damp, filled with the earthy scent of moss and decay. Every rustle outside sent my heart racing again. Do you think it will go away? Sarah whispered, her voice shaking. I don't know, I admitted, my mind racing. But we can't just sit here. We need to think of a plan. Just then, we heard it again, the growl, closer now, reverberating through the cave like a distant thunder. I clamped my hand over my mouth, suppressing a scream. The sound sent chills through my body, filling me with dread. I shined the flashlight toward the entrance, but all I could see was a thick wall of darkness. We can't stay here, I said, urgency clawing at my throat. If it finds us... Suddenly, the growl transformed into a guttural roar that echoed through the cave, shaking the very ground beneath us. I felt my stomach drop as a shadow moved at the cave entrance, blocking out the faint light from outside. My breath caught in my throat, and I instinctively stepped back, pulling Sarah with me. "Emily, what do we do?" Tom said, his voice a tense whisper, panic edging into his tone. "We need to find another way out," I said, glancing around. The cave seemed to stretch on into the darkness, its depths obscured. "Maybe there's a back exit. We can't stay here and wait for it to find us." We crept deeper into the cave, each step echoing loudly in the oppressive silence. The flashlight beam illuminated damp rock and dark crevices, revealing a world of hidden shadows. Every sound amplified in the confined space, the drip of water, the scuttle of unseen creatures. My senses were heightened, every nerve ending screaming with the knowledge that danger was close. As we ventured further in, the growl outside grew fainter, though it felt like an eternity. Finally, we reached a narrow passageway that led deeper into the cave. "This way," I said, my voice steady despite the fear bubbling beneath the surface. "It might lead us out." Tom and Sarah exchanged uncertain glances, but followed my lead. The passage was tight, the walls closing in around us as we squeezed through the narrow opening. My heart raced, pounding in my chest like a war drum, urging me onward. We moved cautiously, the air thick and stale. My flashlight flickered again, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls, and I wondered if we were being followed. The thought made me shudder, the fear of the unknown lurking just outside our reach. "Do you think we lost it?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I hope so," I replied, though I felt a deep unease. "But we need to keep moving." As we pressed on, the tunnel opened up into a larger cavern. I swung the flashlight around, illuminating the high ceiling adorned with stalactites, the ground littered with stones and debris. The air felt different here, cooler, fresher, as if we had stepped into another world. Suddenly, I noticed something, a faint glimmer reflecting in the darkness. "Look," I said, pointing toward the back of the cavern. "There's light." We rushed toward it, hope igniting within me. The source of light revealed itself as a small opening, a narrow crack in the rock that seemed to lead outside. I felt a surge of relief, but the urgency to escape pressed upon me as we approached the exit. Just as we reached the opening, the growl returned, louder than ever, echoing through the cavern. I turned, my heart racing as I realized we were running out of time. "Go! Now!" I shouted, pushing Sarah toward the opening. Tom followed closely behind. I squeezed through the crack, the rough edges scraping against my skin. The growl intensified, resonating in my ears, and I felt the vibrations in my chest as I pushed myself forward, determined to escape. Once outside, we tumbled into the cool night air, collapsing on the ground. The stars shone overhead, a stark contrast to the darkness we had just escaped. But the relief was short-lived. The growl echoed again, this time sounding much closer. "We need to move," I gasped, scrambling to my feet. "We can't let it corner us." We sprinted into the tree line, the shadows swirling around us as the fear of being hunted returned. The adrenaline surged through me, propelling me forward as I glanced back to see the creature emerge from the cave, its eyes glowing like twin suns in the darkness. "Run!" I shouted again, pushing my legs to move faster, but deep down, I felt the dread that the island had only just begun to reveal its true nature. The forest closed in around us as we dashed deeper into the trees, the underbrush grabbing our legs like invisible hands trying to pull us back. The growl echoed behind us, a low, menacing sound that promised we were not alone. Every instinct in my body screamed for me to run faster, but exhaustion began to creep in, heavy and insistent, like the thick air that surrounded us. "Where do we go?" Tom panted, glancing over his shoulder, his face pale with fear. "It's going to catch up to us. Just keep moving," I shouted, trying to keep my voice steady, though panic clawed at my insides. "We need to find the camp. Maybe we can regroup and—" Before I could finish, a massive shape burst through the trees to our right, blocking our path. My heart stopped for a split second as I skidded to a halt, my flashlight beam catching the beast in its glow. The creature was larger than anything I had ever seen, muscles rippling beneath its matted fur, fangs bared in a terrifying snarl. Its eyes were locked on us, glinting with an intelligence that sent a chill down my spine. "Go!" I screamed, grabbing Sarah's arm and pulling her in the opposite direction. Tom followed, his breathing ragged as we veered into the underbrush, branches snapping underfoot. The creature snarled, the sound vibrating through the air, and I felt the ground tremble beneath its weight. It lunged forward, its massive body propelling through the darkness with frightening speed. "Emily, it's gaining on us!" Sarah shouted, her voice thick with terror. "Find a place to hide!" I yelled back, adrenaline surging through my veins as I frantically scanned our surroundings. A massive tree loomed to our left, its trunk wide and gnarled, creating a perfect alcove where we could squeeze into the underbrush. "Here!" I pointed, and we ducked behind the tree just as the creature barreled past us, its breath hot and heavy, brushing against my arm like a ghostly whisper. We crouched low, hearts racing, holding our breath as the beast paused just a few feet away. Its growls echoed through the night, vibrating in my bones as it sniffed the air, searching for our scent. I could see its muscles ripple under its fur, and the moonlight illuminated its elongated face, revealing sharp teeth that glistened with saliva. "Please, don't find us," I murmured, squeezing my eyes shut, hoping it would just pass by. The tension in the air felt thick, a suffocating blanket that smothered any thoughts of escape. Time stretched, each second feeling like an eternity as the creature stood motionless, its gaze scanning the darkness. My heart thudded painfully in my chest, a frantic drumbeat of fear. Just when I thought it would turn and leave, it took a step closer, the ground shaking under its weight. I held my breath, willing myself to remain silent. The smell of damp earth and decaying leaves filled my nostrils, grounding me in this terrifying moment. If only we could remain unnoticed for a few more seconds. Then, as if sensing something, the creature suddenly turned and bolted deeper into the forest, its growls fading into the distance. I let out a shaky breath, my body trembling from the sheer adrenaline of it all. "Is it gone?" Sarah whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "I think so," I replied, my voice hoarse. I peered around the tree, scanning the darkness for any sign of the creature. The forest felt eerily quiet now, the chirping of crickets and rustling of leaves replaced by an unsettling stillness. "Now what?" Tom asked, his face drawn and pale. "We have to keep moving," I said, my voice regaining some strength. "We need to find the others and get out of here before it comes back." Cautiously, we crawled out from behind the tree and began to make our way through the underbrush again. My flashlight flickered, and I fought against the urge to panic, concentrating instead on the faint beam guiding us through the darkness. With every step, the forest felt more oppressive, the shadows shifting and twisting around us like the hands of some unseen predator. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and rotting foliage, and the silence pressed in on us, thick and suffocating. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. It was as if the forest itself was alive, holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. "Emily," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "What if we never find the others?" "We will," I insisted, though uncertainty gnawed at my insides. "They can't be far. They probably noticed we were missing by now." We pressed on, but the darkness seemed to stretch endlessly before us. The trees loomed like giants, their branches intertwining to create a dense canopy overhead. I could feel the weight of fear settling over us, like a thick fog that obscured our thoughts. Suddenly, I spotted a flicker of light through the trees ahead. Hope surged within me as I turned to my friends. "Look! There's a light." We rushed toward it, our footsteps quickening with a newfound sense of urgency. As we drew closer, I could make out the outlines of tents and the faint glow of our campfire, flickering in the distance. "Maybe they're here," Tom exclaimed, his voice lifting with excitement. But as we broke through the last line of trees and stepped into the clearing, my heart sank. The camp was deserted. Tents were askew, gear scattered across the ground. The fire had burned low, embers glowing dimly against the night sky. "Where is everyone?" I murmured, dread pooling in my stomach. "They must have gone to look for us," Sarah said, her voice wavering. "But why would they leave the camp?" "Something's not right," I replied, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling. "We need to find them. They could be in danger." Just then, a sound echoed from the forest, causing us to freeze. A distant cry pierced the stillness, a voice that chilled me to the bone. "Help!" It was Jake. "Jake!" I yelled, my heart racing as I darted toward the sound, Tom and Sarah close behind. We moved quickly, driven by the urgency of his plea. As we entered the woods again, the trees closed in, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The cries grew louder, filled with desperation. "Jake! Where are you?" I shouted, fear tightening its grip around my chest. "Over here." "Help me," his voice called again, echoing through the darkness. We followed the sound, my flashlight flickering as I focused on the path ahead. Suddenly, I stumbled into a clearing and skidded to a halt. My breath caught in my throat as I froze in horror. Jake lay on the ground, his eyes wide with terror, and beside him stood the creature, massive and menacing, looming over him like a predator with its prey. Its muscles rippled under its fur as it growled low in its throat, a sound that sent chills racing down my spine. "Jake!" I screamed, my heart pounding as I rushed forward, instinctively protective of my friend. "Get away from him!" But before I could reach him, the creature turned its glowing eyes toward me, and I felt a wave of primal fear wash over me. Its growl intensified, a low rumble that echoed through the trees. "Emily, no!" Jake yelled, scrambling to his feet, but the creature was faster. With a swift movement, it lunged forward, and I could only watch in horror as its massive jaws snapped shut inches away from Jake, who barely managed to dodge it. "Run!" I screamed, my voice filled with panic as I turned to flee. We bolted back into the trees, adrenaline propelling us forward as the sound of the creature crashing after us echoed in the night. My mind raced with terror and confusion. We had come to this island to explore, to uncover its secrets, but now we were trapped in a nightmare with no way out. The growls echoed behind us, each sound a reminder of the danger we faced. I could feel the weight of despair pressing down, threatening to crush us. My heart pounded in my chest as I led us deeper into the woods, every instinct screaming that we needed to escape. But escape from what? The creature that hunted us was just a shadow, a whisper in the darkness, but I knew it was real. It was something primal and terrifying, and it would stop at nothing to claim us. We raced through the underbrush, our hearts pounding in sync with the heavy thuds of the creature's footsteps behind us. Every rustle in the leaves, every snap of a twig felt amplified in the suffocating silence of the night, and I could feel the chilling breath of fear clawing at my throat. "Where do we go?" Tom panted, struggling to keep pace with the growing dread that hung in the air. "It's going to catch us. Just keep moving," I shouted, trying to stay focused. "We need to find higher ground. Maybe we can see where it is." I led the way through the dense foliage, dodging low branches and roots that threatened to trip us. The forest around us felt alive, shifting shadows swirling in the periphery of my vision. The moonlight broke through the canopy in shards, illuminating our path in ghostly patches, but it also cast dark shapes that loomed ominously. The sound of the creature's growl reverberated through the trees, chilling me to the core. It was a sound that resonated deep within, a primal warning that we were intruders in its territory. Suddenly, I spotted a steep incline to our left, a rocky outcrop rising sharply above the forest floor. "This way," I called, leading the way up the slope. The uneven ground was treacherous, and I had to concentrate to keep my footing as we climbed higher, urgency driving us forward. The growls grew more distant, but I knew it was only a matter of time before it regained on us. We reached the top of the incline, panting and gasping for breath. I turned to survey our surroundings, my flashlight beam dancing across the landscape. Below us, the forest stretched out like a dark sea, waves of trees undulating in the gentle breeze. In the distance, the flicker of our campfire glowed faintly, a beacon of safety that felt miles away. "Do you think we lost it?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling with fear and exhaustion. "I don't know," I replied, peering into the shadows. "But we can't stay here for long. We need to get back to camp and regroup." Just as I was about to lead us back down the slope, a guttural roar echoed from below, sending a shiver of dread through my spine. I turned, my heart racing as the creature emerged from the trees, its massive form a silhouette against the moonlit sky. "There it is!" Tom yelled, panic creeping into his voice. Without thinking, I grabbed Sarah's hand and pulled her toward a cluster of boulders that jutted out from the hillside. "Hide!" I hissed, my heart pounding in my ears. We pressed ourselves against the cold, hard rock, praying that the shadows would conceal us. The creature stalked forward, sniffing the air, its eyes glinting like twin stars as it searched for us. I could hear its heavy breathing, the low growls rumbling in its chest as it moved with deliberate precision, prowling like a lion hunting its prey. We held our breath, every muscle tense as we waited. The silence was deafening, the only sounds our own panicked heartbeats and the creature's heavy footsteps growing closer. I could see its silhouette shifting just beyond the boulders, and for a moment, I thought it would discover us. "Please, don't find us," I murmured under my breath, the fear pooling in my stomach like lead. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature turned, its attention drawn by a rustle in the underbrush a few yards away. It prowled away from our hiding spot, muscles taut and ready for action. We watched, wide-eyed, as it disappeared into the shadows, the sound of its growls fading into the distance. "I can't believe it didn't see us," Sarah whispered, her voice shaking. "Let's wait a moment, just to be sure," I replied, still feeling the rush of adrenaline coursing through me. We stayed hidden behind the boulders, my heart racing as I counted the seconds, listening intently for any sign of the creature's return. After what felt like an eternity, the sounds of the forest began to settle. I cautiously peeked out from behind the boulder, scanning the area for any sign of movement. The forest was quiet now, the only sounds being the distant chirping of crickets and the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "I think it's gone," I said, taking a deep breath. "Can we move now?" Tom asked, glancing around nervously. "Yes," I said, my voice steady. "Let's get back to the camp before it comes back." We climbed down from the rocky outcrop, careful to stay quiet as we made our way back through the trees. The tension in the air felt palpable, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Every rustle, every shadow made me jump, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were still being watched. The memory of the creature's glowing eyes haunted me, and I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. As we approached the clearing where our camp had been set up, my stomach twisted with dread. The sight of the flickering campfire brought a wave of relief, but it was quickly replaced by anxiety. "Where is everyone?" I murmured, scanning the deserted camp. The tents stood ominously in the dim light, some partially collapsed, their flaps flapping in the breeze. Gear was strewn across the ground, and the fire burned low, sending up wisps of smoke that curled into the night sky. "Maybe they went to look for us," Tom suggested, though I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. "We should check the tents," I said, my throat dry as I moved toward the nearest one. We approached cautiously, the weight of fear pressing heavily upon us. I reached out and unzipped the tent flap, peering inside. It was empty. "Nothing," I said, swallowing hard. We moved to the next tent, my heart racing as I opened it to find only sleeping bags and scattered belongings. Where could they have gone? I wondered aloud, a sense of foreboding settling over me like a thick fog. Maybe they went back to the boat? Sarah suggested, her eyes wide with fear. They might have thought we were lost. "Let's check the shoreline," I said, my mind racing. They might be waiting for us there. We quickly made our way toward the path that led to the beach, our footsteps hurried heavy. The sounds of the forest grew fainter as we moved, and the salt air filled my lungs, offering a fleeting sense of comfort amidst the chaos. As we reached the edge of the beach, the moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the water in a silvery glow. But our hearts sank at the sight before us. The boat was gone, pulled away from the shore, leaving only the gentle lapping of waves against the rocks. "No! No! No!" I exclaimed, panic rising within me. "Where are they?" "We have to find them," Tom shouted, his voice thick with fear and desperation. "Let's split up," I suggested, my mind racing with possibilities. "Sarah, you check down the shoreline. Tom and I will look further inland. We'll meet back here in 20 minutes. "Okay," Sarah agreed, though uncertainty shadowed her eyes. We set off in our respective directions, the sound of the waves crashing against the shore mixing with the thumping of my heart. I could feel the weight of despair pressing down on me as I searched, calling out for our friends but receiving only silence in response. I walked along the beach, scanning the darkness for any sign of them. My flashlight flickered intermittently, casting eerie shadows that danced on the sand. Every minute that passed felt like an hour, each second stretching my anxiety further. "Jake! Liz! Can you hear me?" I called out, my voice echoing into the vastness of the night. No answer. My thoughts spiraled into a dark abyss, the fear of losing them clawing at my mind. What if the creature had gotten to them? What if they were lost in the forest, alone and scared? I continued walking, my feet sinking into the wet sand, hoping against hope that I would find them. But as I turned around a bend in the shoreline, the cold grip of despair tightened around me once more. The beach stretched endlessly, empty and desolate, a reminder of our isolation on this cursed island. The weight of the night pressed down on me, and I felt the overwhelming urge to turn back, to retreat to the safety of the forest. But just as I was about to do so, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a flash of movement at the edge of the tree line. My heart leaped with hope as I hurried toward it. "Is someone there?" I called out, squinting into the darkness. "Jake? Liz?" A figure emerged from the shadows, and my heart soared. "There you are," I shouted, relief flooding through me. But as I drew closer, I froze. It wasn't Jake or Liz. Instead, a figure stumbled toward me, eyes wide and filled with terror. It was Rachel, one of the research assistants, her clothes torn and dirty, her face pale and streaked with mud. "Emily," she gasped, collapsing at my feet. "You have to help us. It's coming." "What? What happened?" I knelt beside her, shaking with fear and confusion. "They're gone. It took them," Rachel cried, her voice shaking. "We were looking for you, and it came out of nowhere." The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. "What do you mean, it took them?" "It's hunting us," she whispered, her voice trembling. "We have to get out of here. It's not safe." My heart raced as I absorbed her words. The creature wasn't just a lurking shadow, it was a predator, stalking us through the darkness, hunting our group one by one. "Where's everyone else?" I asked urgently, fear gripping me. "They scattered when it attacked," Rachel said, panic rising in her voice. I tried to help Liz, but it was too fast. "We have to find the others and leave this place." "Okay," I said, determination rising within me. "We'll regroup and figure out what to do. But first, we need to find Tom and Sarah." As we turned back toward the trees, I could feel the weight of dread settling over me again. The creature was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for us to make a mistake. But as long as we had each other, we had a fighting chance. We sprinted back toward the tree line, the underbrush rustling beneath our hurried steps. The air was thick with tension, each crack of a twig sending jolts of fear through me. I couldn't shake the image of the creature's predatory eyes from my mind, their chilling glow a constant reminder of the danger lurking just beyond our sight. "Did you see which way they went?" I asked Rachel, my voice barely above a whisper as we maneuvered through the dense forest. The moonlight filtered through the leaves above, casting fleeting shadows that seemed to dance and mock us. "No, I was just trying to get away," she replied, her breathing rapid. "I just remember hearing Liz scream and then, the darkness." "Okay," I said, trying to think logically despite the panic rising within me. "We need to stay calm. Let's retrace our steps and call out for them." "Right," Rachel nodded, though her eyes were wide with fear. We moved deeper into the forest, pausing occasionally to listen for any sounds of movement. "Tom, Sarah," I shouted, my voice echoing in the stillness. "Can you hear us?" A heavy silence settled over the trees, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl. My heart sank as I waited, hoping for a response, but nothing came. "Where could they be?" Rachel murmured, her voice trembling. I felt a chill run down my spine, the creeping doubt gnawing at my mind. "Maybe they went back to the camp," I suggested, though deep down, I knew that was unlikely. We continued walking, the oppressive darkness surrounding us, and I could feel the fear tightening around my chest. The forest felt alive, shadows twisting and shifting with every gust of wind. Each moment stretched, the weight of the unknown suffocating. "Emily," Rachel whispered, breaking the silence. What if we don't find them? What if we're the only ones left? I turned to her, trying to mask my own fear. No, we can't think like that. We'll find them. We just have to keep looking. We pushed forward, calling out for Tom and Sarah at regular intervals, our voices echoing against the ancient trees. My mind raced with every scenario, the creature attacking them, the possibility of them getting lost in the dark, and I struggled to keep my focus. As we reached a small clearing, I caught sight of something glinting in the moonlight. Wait, I said, pausing. What is that? We moved closer, and I gasped as the light fell on a broken piece of Sarah's equipment, her flashlight, its beam flickering weakly. This is hers, I exclaimed, picking it up and examining it closely. She must have dropped it when she ran. Rachel's eyes widened, and she looked around nervously. We're close. We have to keep searching. I nodded, adrenaline surging as I scanned the area. Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes to our left, causing us both to freeze. Did you hear that? I whispered, my heart racing. Yes, Rachel breathed, her voice barely audible. What was it? Before I could respond, a figure stumbled out of the shadows, falling to the ground with a thud. Help! It was Tom, his shirt torn and stained with dirt. He looked up, eyes wide with fear and confusion. Tom! I shouted, rushing to his side. What happened? Where's Sarah? I don't know, he gasped, his breath ragged. We were looking for you, and then it just appeared. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it watching us. I felt a rush of relief mixed with anxiety. We need to get to a safe place. Rachel found Sarah's flashlight. We can't stay out here. Did you find her? He asked, fear flashing in his eyes. No, I admitted, my heart sinking. But we'll find her. We need to stick together. We helped Tom to his feet, and the three of us moved deeper into the trees, our hearts pounding in unison. The shadows seemed to stretch and shift around us, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Do you think it's still following us? Tom asked, glancing nervously over his shoulder. I don't know, I replied, my voice strained. But we have to stay alert. If we can just make it back to camp. Suddenly, a loud crashing noise echoed through the trees, and we froze, hearts racing. The sound of snapping branches and rustling leaves drew closer, sending a wave of terror through us. It's coming! Rachel gasped, her eyes wide with fear. Run! I shouted, adrenaline pumping through my veins as we took off in the opposite direction. We sprinted through the underbrush, branches whipping in our faces as we stumbled over roots and fallen logs. My lungs burned with the effort, but I pushed forward, determined to escape the darkness that was closing in around us. Where do we go? Tom shouted, panic edging his voice. We're lost. Just keep moving. I yelled back, desperation fueling my words. We need to find the camp. The crashing noise continued behind us, a terrifying reminder that the creature was still hunting us. I could feel its presence, a malevolent force lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. We burst into another clearing, gasping for breath as we paused to regroup. We need to find some sort of weapon. I panted, scanning the area for anything we could use. There. Rachel pointed to a fallen tree with a jagged branch sticking out. We can use that. We quickly moved to the tree, tearing off the branch and holding it like a makeshift weapon. The moonlight glinted off the wood, and for a fleeting moment, I felt a sense of empowerment until the crashing noise drew closer again. "We need to keep moving," Tom urged, his voice trembling. Just as we were about to flee, a low growl reverberated through the clearing, freezing us in our tracks. The air turned thick with fear, and we turned slowly to face the sound. Emerging from the shadows, the creature stepped into the moonlight, revealing its monstrous form. It was larger than I had imagined, muscles rippling under dark fur, its eyes glowing like fiery coals as they locked onto us. "Back!" I shouted, raising the branch defensively, but my hands shook with terror. It let out a deep, guttural growl, stepping closer. The weight of fear pressed down on me, and I felt the urge to flee, but I stood my ground. "Stay back!" I yelled, hoping to sound braver than I felt. Tom and Rachel instinctively moved closer to me, holding their makeshift weapons in trembling hands. The creature paused, its gaze flicking between us, a predatory glint in its eyes. "Emily, what do we do?" Tom whispered, his voice shaking. I swallowed hard, my mind racing. "We fight," I said, feeling a surge of determination. "We don't let it take us. We stand our ground." But before I could say anything more, the creature lunged forward, and instinct took over. We scattered, my heart pounding as I darted to the right, adrenaline fueling my flight. The world around me blurred as I ran, and I could hear the creature's heavy footsteps pounding behind me. I glanced back, catching a glimpse of its massive form, and panic surged within me. Suddenly, I stumbled over a root, falling to the ground with a thud. Pain shot through my ankle as I landed awkwardly, and I quickly scrambled to my feet, glancing back just in time to see the creature skidding to a stop. "Emily!" I heard Rachel's voice call out, panic lacing her tone. "Get up!" I pushed through the pain, adrenaline coursing through me as I dashed away from the creature, my heart racing in my chest. The sound of my friends' voices echoed in my ears, fueling my determination. "Go!" I shouted, trying to redirect my fear into action. We darted through the trees, the creature pursuing us relentlessly, its growls echoing through the darkness. As we stumbled into another clearing, I could feel my heart hammering against my ribcage. We had to find a way to stop it. We had to find Sarah. We stumbled into the clearing, panting and disoriented, but the creature's growls echoed ominously behind us, reminding us that we were still being hunted. The moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the scene with an eerie glow that felt more like a spotlight than a beacon of hope. My mind raced, weighing our options as the weight of the impending threat pressed down on us. "Where do we go now?" Tom gasped, looking around the clearing, his eyes wide with terror. "We need to find cover," I said urgently, scanning our surroundings. On one side, I noticed a thick cluster of bushes that seemed to form a natural barrier, and beyond that, the trees grew closer together, their trunks looming like sentinels. "Over there," I pointed. "We can hide among those bushes." Without waiting for a response, I took off toward the dense thicket, my heart pounding as I heard the creature crash through the underbrush behind us. Rachel and Tom followed closely, their footsteps echoing the fear coursing through my veins. As we crouched in the thick foliage, I pressed my back against the rough bark of a nearby tree, its surface rough against my skin. The scent of damp earth and decaying leaves filled my nostrils, and I fought against the rising nausea. "We need to be quiet," I whispered, barely able to contain my trembling. "It might not know where we are." We huddled together, holding our breaths as the growls drew closer. The sound was almost melodic in its menacing rhythm, like the deep timbre of a storm rolling in over the horizon. My mind raced with images of the creature's terrible visage, and I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to push the thoughts away. "Do you think it can smell us?" Rachel whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "I don't know," I replied, forcing my voice to stay steady. "But we can't risk it. We have to stay hidden." Minutes passed in agonizing silence, the rustling and growling of the creature becoming louder, almost as if it were savoring our fear. My pulse thrummed in my ears, drowning out the other sounds of the forest. Then, the growling stopped. I opened my eyes, straining to hear anything beyond the pounding in my heart. The silence was deafening, and I could feel the tension in the air thickening like fog. "What happened?" Tom asked, his voice a mere whisper. "I don't know," I replied, fear coiling tighter around my chest. Just as I started to relax, thinking we might have eluded it, the underbrush shifted, and the creature burst into the clearing, its massive form silhouetted against the moonlight. It stood there, breathing heavily, nostrils flaring as if it was sniffing the air. I held my breath, every instinct screaming for me to flee, but I forced myself to remain still. The creature scanned the area, its glowing eyes narrowing, searching for us. I could see its powerful muscles rippling under the dark fur, and for a moment I was entranced by its sheer size and power. "Stay quiet," I mouthed to Rachel and Tom, who were equally frozen in fear. The creature sniffed the air again, and I could see its sharp teeth glistening in the moonlight as it opened its mouth to let out a low, rumbling growl. My heart sank. What if it found us here? Suddenly, it pivoted and took a few steps toward a nearby tree, and I felt a spark of hope. Perhaps it was going to leave. But then it stopped, its head cocking to the side, as if it had heard something. My breath caught in my throat as I realized that something, or someone, was coming toward us from the other direction. "Please, no," I whispered, panic rising in my throat as I saw a figure emerge from the trees, stumbling into the clearing. It was Sarah, her hair disheveled, her clothes torn and muddy, but she looked alive. "Sarah!" I shouted, unable to contain my relief, but it came out as a frantic whisper. "Get back," she yelled, her eyes wide with terror as she noticed the creature. Before we could respond, the creature turned at the sound of her voice, and in an instant, its eyes locked onto her. The air crackled with tension, and I felt a sickening jolt of fear as it stalked forward, muscles tense and ready to pounce. "Run!" I screamed, breaking from my hiding spot. The others followed suit, panic fueling our flight as we sprinted towards Sarah, desperate to reach her before it was too late. "Over here!" I yelled, gesturing for her to follow me toward the thick trees. As we dashed forward, the creature lunged, its massive body propelling through the air. I felt the rush of wind as it barely missed us, its claws swiping through the air where we had just been. The sound of its growl reverberated in my bones, a primal warning that we had to escape. We dove into the trees, weaving through the trunks as the creature pursued us. The forest closed around us, branches snagging our clothes and skin. My mind was racing. Where could we go? How could we escape? "Keep running," Sarah yelled, glancing back. "We have to find the camp." I nodded, pushing my legs harder, ignoring the burning in my muscles. "This way," I shouted, veering left into a narrow path that I hoped would lead us away from the creature. We dashed deeper into the forest, our breaths ragged and frantic. The underbrush rustled behind us, and I could hear the creature crashing through the trees, relentless in its pursuit. Just as I thought we might have gained some distance, I stumbled again, my foot catching on a root. I fell hard to the ground, pain shooting through my ankle. "Emily!" Rachel cried, her voice laced with fear as she turned back to help me. No! Keep going! I shouted, forcing myself to sit up. I'll catch up. Just go. But they hesitated, fear and uncertainty clouding their faces. I could see the creature's shadow approaching, dark and ominous against the pale moonlight. Go! Now! I yelled again, the urgency in my voice making them spring into action. With one last look, they turned and fled, disappearing into the darkness. I took a deep breath, fighting against the pain in my ankle, forcing myself to rise. I limped forward, determination igniting my spirit. The creature's growl echoed through the trees, and I knew I couldn't waste any more time. As I moved through the underbrush, I felt the air grow heavy, thick with dread. I could almost sense the creature's hunger, its desire to claim me as prey. Pushing through the pain, I pressed on, trying to remember the path we had taken to the camp. The darkness felt alive around me, whispers of fear curling through the trees, and I could hear the soft crunch of leaves behind me. It was getting closer. Then, just as I thought I was done for, I caught a glimpse of light ahead. The campfire. Relief surged through me as I hobbled faster, ignoring the throbbing in my ankle. But as I reached the clearing, the sight before me stopped me cold. The campsite was in disarray, tents torn, equipment scattered, and the fire was reduced to smoldering embers. It looked as if a tornado had ripped through our sanctuary. My heart sank. Tom. Rachel. Sarah. I called, but my voice cracked under the weight of despair. No response came, only the echo of my voice fading into the night. In that moment, a chilling realization washed over me. We were utterly alone. The sense of isolation crept in, tightening its grip around my chest. The creature had taken them, and now it was coming for me. The underbrush rustled behind me, and I turned just in time to see the creature emerge from the shadows, its eyes glowing brighter than before. It stood tall, a monstrous silhouette against the flickering light of the dying fire, and my heart dropped. The creature's massive form filled the clearing, its eyes burning like twin suns as it fixed its gaze on me. I felt paralyzed, every instinct urging me to flee, yet I couldn't tear my eyes away from the horror before me. It was the embodiment of my darkest fears, a nightmare come to life. As it stepped forward, its powerful muscles rippling beneath dark fur, I felt the ground shake beneath me. The scent of damp earth mixed with something far more sinister, blood. My stomach churned as the realization hit me, it had hunted my friends. Run! I screamed, breaking free from my trance as adrenaline surged through me. I turned and sprinted toward the tree-line, fear fueling my every step. Behind me, the creature let out a deafening roar, a sound that vibrated through the very air. It charged after me, heavy footsteps pounding against the ground. I didn't dare look back. I just pushed forward, limbs aching, heart racing. The moonlight flickered through the branches, casting an otherworldly glow on the forest floor, and I desperately sought any sign of safety. I could hear its breath behind me, ragged and hungry, like a predator reveling in the chase. Please, let there be a way out, I gasped, dodging low-hanging branches and vines that threatened to ensnare me. My ankle throbbed painfully, but I pushed through, determined to survive. Then, just ahead, I spotted a small cave hidden behind a curtain of ivy. Hope surged through me, and I darted toward it, my heart pounding in my ears. I dove inside, pulling the vines around me to obscure the entrance. Darkness enveloped me, and I pressed my back against the cold stone, straining to listen. The growls faded for a moment, and I could hear the creature snuffling, its breath heavy and labored as it prowled outside. I held my breath, praying it wouldn't find me. Time stretched, each second feeling like an eternity. I could feel the cold stone pressing against my back, and the dampness of the cave seeped into my clothes. Shadows danced along the walls, and every rustle outside sent jolts of fear through my body. After what felt like an eternity, the sounds of its pursuit grew quieter. Maybe it had lost my scent. I dared to breathe slowly, focusing on the cool air filling my lungs. My thoughts raced as I tried to process everything. Where were Tom, Rachel, and Sarah? Had they made it to safety? Suddenly, the ground trembled again, and I froze. The creature was still near, prowling in search of me. I could hear it sniffing the air, its growls resonating as it circled my hiding place. Panic surged again as I realized the danger was far from over. I glanced around the cave, searching for anything that might help me defend myself. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I spotted a few jagged rocks strewn across the cave floor. I grabbed one, feeling the rough texture in my palm, and tightened my grip. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The creature continued to stalk outside, and I strained to hear anything else, any sign of my friends, or perhaps an indication of what it intended to do. Just then, a faint sound caught my attention, voices, muffled and distant, coming from the direction of the camp. "Emily, where are you?" It was Rachel's voice, laced with desperation. Relief flooded through me, and I felt a surge of hope. "Rachel!" I shouted, pushing myself toward the entrance. "I'm here. In the cave." The rustling stopped outside, and I heard her footsteps approaching. "Emily," she called again, relief mingling with fear. "We thought we lost you." "I thought the same about you," I replied, peering through the vines. "Hurry! The creature is out there." As Rachel stepped into the cave, her eyes widened in horror. "It's still chasing us?" "Yes." "We have to be quiet," I whispered urgently, motioning for her to come closer. "Where's Tom?" she asked, glancing nervously toward the entrance. "I don't know. I thought he was with you." "I don't know what happened," she admitted, her voice trembling. "We got separated after we heard the growl. I thought we could find you." Just then, the ground shook again, and the creature's shadow fell over the entrance, its glowing eyes piercing through the dim light. I could feel the air grow thick with dread as I pressed myself back against the cave wall, heart racing. "Stay still," I whispered to Rachel, tightening my grip on the jagged rock. The creature sniffed the air, its low growl reverberating around us. I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back, my heart pounding as it loomed just outside, dark and imposing. "Emily," Rachel whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "Shoo," I hissed, holding my breath. For a moment, we were utterly still, the world outside the cave fading away. The creature paced outside, growling softly as if contemplating its next move. I could hear the rustling of leaves as it shifted, its breath echoing in the silence. "Do you think it knows we're here?" Rachel whispered, her voice barely audible. "I hope not," I replied, forcing my mind to stay clear. "But we need to be ready. If it comes in here—" Before I could finish, a sudden crash resonated through the air as the creature lunged, smashing into the entrance of the cave. Vines ripped apart, and dirt flew everywhere as it pushed its massive body into the narrow opening. "Run!" I shouted, instinct taking over. We scrambled deeper into the cave, dodging the beast's outstretched claws as it clawed its way inside. My heart raced, and I could feel Rachel beside me, her breath quick and panicked. "Where do we go?" she gasped. "There has to be another exit," I yelled, frantically scanning the darkness for any sign of escape. The creature squeezed further into the cave, its growls echoing like thunder, and I knew we had to act fast. Suddenly, I spotted a narrow passageway on the far side, almost hidden in the shadows. "Over there," I pointed. "We can escape through that." Without waiting for a response, I dashed toward the opening, the sound of the creature crashing behind us urging us on. Rachel followed closely, and we squeezed into the narrow passage, the cold stone scraping against our skin as we hurried through. The tunnel twisted and turned, narrowing further as we pressed on, desperately trying to put distance between ourselves and the creature. The growls faded behind us, but the sense of danger lingered in the air, thick and suffocating. "Emily, I can't see," Rachel cried, panic rising in her voice as we stumbled through the darkness. "Just keep going. We have to find a way out," I urged, my heart pounding with every step. The passage widened slightly, and I caught a glimpse of faint light up ahead. Hope surged within me, and I picked up the pace, dragging Rachel along behind me. As we reached the light, I pushed through the final stretch, emerging into a hidden grove bathed in moonlight. The sight took my breath away, a beautiful clearing surrounded by ancient trees, their leaves shimmering in the night. But it was too quiet, the serenity felt unsettling. "Where are we?" Rachel whispered, looking around in awe. "I don't know, but it feels wrong," I replied, unease creeping back in. Before we could take a step further, a low growl erupted from the shadows beyond the grove. My heart dropped as I realized the creature had followed us, its eyes glowing in the dark. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Rachel's hand as we sprinted into the grove, our feet pounding against the earth. The creature lunged again, its powerful form a blur as it chased us through the trees. I could hear the snapping of branches, the pounding of its feet echoing as it closed in. "Where do we go?" Rachel cried, panic bubbling in her voice. "There." I pointed to a narrow path leading into the denser part of the forest. "We have to keep moving." We dashed down the path, heart racing as we plunged deeper into the shadows. The branches scraped against us, the cold night air biting at our skin as we ran. But as we pushed forward, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were running straight into the mouth of danger. The darkness around us felt alive, pressing in, and I could almost hear the whispers of the forest echoing our fear. "Emily, what if it catches us?" Rachel gasped, glancing back as we turned another corner. "It won't," I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "We just have to keep going." But deep down, I knew the truth. The creature was relentless, and it wouldn't stop until it claimed us. We raced down the path, the shadows closing in around us like a shroud. The sound of our breaths echoed in the stillness, mingling with the distant growls of the creature that hunted us. Each footfall felt heavier, the weight of our fear pressing down on me like a physical force. "Emily, I can't keep this up," Rachel panted, her voice strained. I could feel her faltering beside me, her energy waning. "Just a little further. We can't stop now," I urged, casting a glance back down the path. The creature was gaining on us, its growls resonating through the trees, vibrating in my bones. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead as I pushed forward. The trees loomed tall around us, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The forest was a labyrinth, and every turn felt disorienting. I had no sense of direction, but instinct drove me deeper into the heart of the woods, hoping to find sanctuary somewhere, anywhere. Suddenly, Rachel stumbled, her foot catching on a root. I turned just in time to see her fall, arms flailing as she hit the ground. "Rachel!" I cried, rushing back to her side. "Are you okay?" "I twisted my ankle," she gasped, wincing as she tried to stand. "I don't think I can run anymore." Panic surged within me. We couldn't stop. We couldn't let the creature catch us. "We have to move," I insisted, grabbing her arm and helping her to her feet. "Just lean on me." As we took a few shaky steps, I heard the growl again, closer this time. The sound sent a chill racing down my spine. "It's right behind us," I urged, forcing Rachel to keep moving even as her breath hitched in pain. We pushed through the dense underbrush, the thorns tearing our clothes and skin. I could feel the urgency coursing through me, a primal instinct to survive. The adrenaline fueled my resolve, but part of me was starting to crumble under the weight of dread. We stumbled into a clearing, the moonlight illuminating a circle of towering trees. "This way," I shouted, directing Rachel toward a fallen log that looked sturdy enough to hide behind. As we ducked behind it, I pressed my back against the rough bark, heart pounding as I listened for the creature. The world felt eerily quiet, the only sound our ragged breaths echoing in the stillness. "What do we do now?" Rachel whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "We wait," I replied, forcing myself to sound calm. I peered out from behind the log, straining to catch any sign of movement. The shadows flickered, playing tricks on my eyes. Minutes felt like hours as we crouched in the dark, listening to the forest. The growls had faded into an unsettling silence, but I could feel the creature lurking, its presence looming like a storm on the horizon. Then, suddenly, a rustling sound broke the stillness. My heart raced as I turned to Rachel, whose face was pale with fear. "What was that?" she asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I whispered, holding my breath. I peered out again, scanning the edge of the clearing, and then I saw it, just beyond the trees, a shadow shifted, massive and hulking. "It's still out there," I murmured, my stomach twisting in knots. As if sensing our fear, the creature let out a low growl, its eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. I felt a surge of terror wash over me, paralyzing me in place. "We need to make a plan," I said quickly, trying to keep my voice steady. "We can't stay here forever. We have to find a way to distract it, or we won't make it." Rachel nodded, her expression fierce despite the fear in her eyes. "What if we throw something? Make it chase after it?" I looked around the clearing, my mind racing. There were a few fallen branches and rocks scattered about. "That could work," I said, gathering a few of the larger rocks in my hands. "If we can throw them far enough, maybe we can buy ourselves some time." Rachel took a deep breath, her determination shining through her fear. "Let's do it, then." I took a moment to steady my breathing, preparing myself for the next step. On the count of 3, we throw the rocks and then run in the opposite direction, I instructed, feeling a surge of adrenaline as I gripped the stones tightly. "Okay," Rachel whispered, nodding. 1, 2, 3. I shouted, hurling the rocks into the darkness. They flew through the air, hitting the ground with loud thuds, breaking the eerie silence. "Now!" I yelled, and we bolted from our hiding place, sprinting away from the log and into the trees, the underbrush cracking beneath our feet. We ran blindly through the forest, hearts pounding as we pushed through the branches, desperation guiding our path. I could hear the creature behind us, its growl echoing through the woods, furious at the distraction we'd thrown. "Keep going!" I shouted, my lungs burning as we raced deeper into the woods. The creature's footsteps crashed behind us, louder and more furious than before, and I felt a wave of terror wash over me. We burst through a thicket and into another clearing, this one more open and bright with moonlight. But the moment we stepped into the clearing, we froze. Before us lay a massive stone structure, half consumed by nature, what looked like the ruins of an ancient temple, overgrown with vines and moss. Its stone walls loomed ominously in the moonlight, a monument to something long forgotten. "Where are we?" Rachel breathed, her eyes wide as she stared at the ruins. "I don't know, but we can't stay out in the open," I urged, my gaze darting back to the trees. The growling was getting closer, and I could see the creature's shadow moving through the foliage. "Inside!" I shouted, and we dashed toward the entrance of the ruins, the stones cool against my skin as we pressed inside. The air felt thick and musty, the scent of earth and decay surrounding us. The interior was dark, but faint moonlight streamed through the cracks in the stone, casting eerie shadows along the walls. I could hear the sound of our breaths mingling with the distant growls of the creature, and I knew we had only moments before it found us. "We need to find a way to barricade the entrance," I said, scanning the area for anything we could use. Rachel nodded, her face pale but determined. "There. Those stones." She pointed toward a pile of large boulders near the wall. We rushed to the pile, shoving the stones together as quickly as we could. Every noise seemed amplified, every creak and rustle making my heart race. Just as we piled the last stone into place, I heard the growl again, closer this time, echoing through the ruins like a warning. "We have to hurry," I urged, my voice a low whisper. With trembling hands, we moved a few smaller stones to cover the entrance, the sound of our labor mixing with the creature's angry roars outside. "I don't think it can get in," Rachel said, her voice shaking as she turned to me. "I hope you're right," I replied, fear twisting in my gut. As we stepped back, the air felt charged with tension. The growls were deafening now, resonating from just outside the entrance. I pressed my back against the cool stone wall, straining to listen. Suddenly, the growling stopped, and an oppressive silence filled the air. I exchanged a worried glance with Rachel, my heart racing. "Do you think it left?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," I replied, fear gnawing at my insides. Before I could say more, the stone walls of the temple shuddered, a low rumble vibrating through the air. "Emily!" Rachel cried, panic rising in her voice as the ground trembled beneath us. "Stay calm," I urged, trying to keep my voice steady. "We need to find a way to." A deafening crash echoed through the ruins as the creature slammed into the entrance, sending debris flying everywhere. The stones we had piled up were no match for its strength, and I felt my heart drop. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Rachel's hand as we turned away from the entrance. We plunged deeper into the temple, the shadows swallowing us whole as we sought refuge from the impending doom. The darkness enveloped us, the only sound the frantic pounding of our hearts and the echoes of our footsteps as we navigated through the crumbling temple. Every corner we turned felt like we were stepping deeper into a nightmare, the shadows seeming to writhe and pulse as if they were alive. "What do we do now?" Rachel asked, her voice a mixture of fear and urgency as we skidded to a halt in a dimly lit chamber. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of damp stone and decay. The walls were covered in faded carvings, ancient symbols that seemed to tell a story of some long-forgotten civilization. I glanced around, my pulse racing as I scanned the chamber for any signs of a way out. "We need to find an exit," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady despite the dread clawing at my insides. "If we stay here, we'll be trapped." Rachel took a shaky breath, her eyes darting from the intricate carvings to the dark corners of the room. What if it finds us in here? It won't, I assured her, though a part of me wasn't so sure. The growling outside was growing more furious, echoing off the stone walls like a war drum. We had to find a way out before it decided to break through the rubble. The room was large, its ceiling lost in shadows, but I could make out several passageways leading off in different directions. I stepped closer to one, brushing my fingers against the cool stone. "This one looks promising," I said, pointing to the archway that was slightly ajar. Rachel hesitated, her expression reflecting my own unease. "What if it leads us further into the temple?" "We don't have a choice," I replied firmly. "We need to take a risk." She nodded, and we moved toward the passage, my heart racing as we stepped into the dark tunnel. The air was colder here, sending a shiver down my spine. I turned to Rachel, who was right behind me, her face illuminated by the faint light from the chamber we had just left. "Stay close," I whispered, my voice barely audible in the suffocating silence. As we ventured further, the tunnel twisted and turned, each step echoing ominously in the darkness. The walls felt damp and slick, and I could hear the faint drip of water somewhere ahead. My mind raced with thoughts of what might lie in wait, the shadows seeming to close in tighter with each step we took. "I don't like this place," Rachel muttered, her voice trembling slightly. "Me neither," I admitted. "But we can't go back." Suddenly, the growling erupted again, more furious than before. It felt as if the creature was right outside the entrance to the chamber we had just escaped, and I could hear it thrashing against the stone, the sound sending a jolt of panic through me. "Keep moving," I urged, picking up the pace. We hurried down the passage, the tunnel narrowing as we pressed forward. My heart pounded in my chest as I felt the ground tremble beneath us, an ominous reminder of the power of whatever hunted us. After what felt like an eternity of twisting passages, we reached another chamber. This one was smaller but had a faint glow emanating from the far side. "Look!" I pointed toward the light, relief flooding through me. Rachel squeezed my hand, her eyes wide with hope. "Maybe it's a way out." We moved cautiously toward the glow, but as we drew closer, I felt a deep sense of foreboding. The light flickered like a candle flame, casting eerie shadows that danced on the walls. When we reached the source of the light, I was taken aback. It was a pool of luminescent water, shimmering like liquid stars, casting an otherworldly glow across the chamber. The sight was breathtaking, yet it felt wrong, like a lure in a predator's trap. "Is this safe?" Rachel asked, her voice barely above a whisper as she crouched beside the water. I hesitated, my instincts warning me. "I don't know. It looks unnatural." But the growls outside were growing louder, echoing through the passage like a death knell. We had to make a choice, and quickly. I glanced back toward the entrance, where the sound of the creature was intensifying, and turned my gaze back to the pool. "Maybe it can help us," I suggested, kneeling beside Rachel. "If we're quiet, maybe it won't find us." Rachel nodded slowly, her fear palpable. "What if it pulls us in?" "I don't think it will," I reassured her, though I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that hung in the air. "Let's just touch it." I reached out, fingers brushing the surface of the water. The moment my skin made contact, a jolt of energy shot through me, unlike anything I had ever experienced. The water felt alive, pulsating beneath my touch, and I drew back in surprise. "What was that?" Rachel asked, her eyes wide as she watched me. "I don't know," I admitted, glancing nervously at the entrance again. but we don't have time to figure it out. We should try to find a way out, Rachel suggested, glancing around the chamber. Right, I agreed, taking a step back from the pool. Let's keep looking. Just as we turned to leave, the growling outside escalated into a furious roar. The ground shook again, and I felt a wave of panic crash over me. It's coming! I shouted, grabbing Rachel's arm and pulling her back toward the passage. As we fled the chamber, I heard the creature thrashing against the entrance, the sound reverberating through the walls. We sprinted back into the tunnel, adrenaline propelling us forward. The light from the pool faded behind us, leaving only darkness as our guide. We raced down the passage, the growls echoing closer, each breath coming in frantic gasps. My mind raced with thoughts of escape, desperately trying to remember the path we had taken. Suddenly, I skidded to a halt. Ahead, the passage opened up into a larger chamber. This way, I shouted, pulling Rachel along as we barreled into the new space. The room was filled with ancient stone sculptures, towering figures that seemed to watch us with hollow eyes. The atmosphere was oppressive, thick with an ancient presence. Do you think it followed us? Rachel panted, scanning the shadows with wide eyes. I don't know, I replied, my heart racing. The growling had stopped, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. I felt exposed in this vast chamber, like a moth drawn to the flame of danger. Just then, a sound echoed through the chamber, a low, haunting growl reverberating off the stone walls, sending chills down my spine. It's here, I whispered, gripping Rachel's arm tightly. We turned to the entrance, where a massive shadow loomed just outside the flickering light. The creature stood there, its form barely visible but unmistakably menacing. It was a grotesque amalgamation of darkness, its eyes glowing like fiery coals as it peered into the chamber. We need to hide, I urged, glancing around frantically. There was no time to think. I spotted a narrow gap between two sculptures and motioned for Rachel to follow me. We squeezed through the opening, pressing ourselves against the cold stone as we held our breath, the sound of our pounding hearts echoing in our ears. I could feel the creature's presence growing closer, its growl rumbling through the chamber like thunder. It stepped inside, its massive form blocking out what little light remained. I pressed my face against the stone, willing myself to be silent as the creature prowled the room, searching for us. The creature moved with a grace that belied its size, muscles rippling beneath its dark fur as it prowled the chamber. The shadows clung to it like a cloak, rendering it almost invisible as it sniffed the air, searching for our scent. I could hear the ragged breaths escaping Rachel's lips beside me, each exhale a reminder of how vulnerable we were in this ancient place. Don't move, I whispered, gripping her arm tightly. The gap between the sculptures was narrow, and I could feel the cold stone pressing against my back. I focused on the creature, my heart racing as it paused just a few feet away from us. It let out a low growl, a deep rumble that resonated in my bones. I swallowed hard, trying to suppress the urge to tremble. The creature was immense, its silhouette casting a dark shadow that consumed the chamber, and I was acutely aware of how easily it could overpower us. Then, something unexpected happened. The creature stopped its search, tilting its head as if it had sensed something. My breath caught in my throat as I watched it grow still, ears perked, eyes narrowing as it focused on the pool of luminescent water we had fled. What was it sensing? It took a step back, as if recognizing the strange allure of the glowing pool. I glanced at Rachel, whose eyes were wide with confusion and fear. What is it doing? She whispered. I don't know, I murmured, watching intently. The creature seemed torn between its instinct to hunt and its curiosity about the pool. It let out another deep growl, but this one felt different, less threatening and more inquisitive. As if compelled by some unseen force, the creature moved toward the pool, its massive frame silhouetted against the shimmering light. It lowered its head, sniffing at the water, and for a moment, I felt a strange sense of stillness in the air, as if the very fabric of reality held its breath. Then, suddenly, the growling stopped entirely. "Is it gone?" Rachel asked, her voice trembling as she cautiously peered through the gap between the sculptures. I held my breath, straining to see past the creature's bulk. But it was still there, transfixed by the pool of water, as if the luminous glow had entranced it. I dared to hope that maybe, just maybe, it would stay there long enough for us to escape. "Now's our chance," I whispered urgently. "We need to move while it's distracted." We exchanged a glance, and I nodded, signaling her to follow my lead. I carefully backed away from the gap, keeping my eyes on the creature, my heart pounding in my chest. With a deep breath, I turned and took a step away from the sculptures, guiding Rachel toward the far wall of the chamber. The floor was uneven, strewn with debris, and I winced at every crunching sound we made. The creature remained fixated on the glowing pool, its breath coming in deep, rumbling huffs. I could see its muscles tense as it dipped closer to the water, the light reflecting in its eyes, casting a surreal glow on its features. We reached the edge of the chamber, and I glanced back at Rachel. "We need to find a way out," I urged, my voice low but firm. "Let's see if there's another exit." We crept along the wall, trying to stay as quiet as possible. My pulse quickened as I scanned the darkness, searching for any signs of a way out. The chamber felt impossibly vast, and every shadow seemed to hide a lurking danger. Then, I spotted another passageway, this one smaller and partially obscured by a fallen stone. "Over there," I whispered, gesturing for Rachel to follow me. We slipped into the new passage, and I held my breath as we navigated through the tight space. The air was cooler here, the scent of damp earth and moss filling my lungs. I felt a sense of urgency to keep moving, a desperate need to escape the looming threat behind us. As we pressed forward, I could hear the distant sound of water dripping, echoing through the tunnel. The walls were rough and uneven, and I stumbled occasionally, but Rachel kept pace beside me, her presence a comforting reminder that I wasn't alone in this nightmare. "Do you think we'll find a way out?" Rachel asked, her voice low and cautious. "I hope so," I replied, forcing myself to stay optimistic. "We just have to keep going." The passage seemed to wind endlessly, and my thoughts spiraled with each step. What had we stumbled into? What kind of creature was that? I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of fear and confusion. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a wider chamber, and I paused, taking in the sight before us. The room was adorned with intricate carvings on the walls, depicting scenes of what appeared to be ancient rituals, figures with elongated limbs surrounded by swirling patterns, their faces frozen in expressions of fear or reverence. "What is this place?" Rachel whispered, all mingling with dread in her voice. "I don't know," I replied, stepping further into the chamber. The air felt charged, almost electric, as if the very walls held memories of the past. But the moment of fascination was short-lived. A low rumble echoed through the chamber, shaking the ground beneath us. My heart raced as I turned to Rachel, whose face was etched with fear. "We need to keep moving," I urged, panic rising in my throat. As we moved deeper into the chamber, I could feel the walls closing in around us, the oppressive weight of the ancient stone pressing down on my shoulders. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting the creature to burst through the shadows at any moment. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a flicker of movement. I turned sharply to see the creature emerging from the passage we had just fled, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "Run!" I shouted, adrenaline surging through me as I grabbed Rachel's hand and pulled her toward the opposite side of the chamber. We darted past the ancient carvings, my heart pounding in my chest as I heard the creature's growls intensifying behind us. The sound was a relentless reminder that we were being hunted, and we had to escape. As we reached the far wall, I spotted another passageway, this one dimly lit by a soft glow. "This way!" I yelled, tugging Rachel toward it as we dashed through the opening. The passage was narrow, and we had to squeeze past each other as we navigated the twisting corridor. The sound of the creature's footsteps echoed behind us, a relentless pursuit that fueled our desperation. "Faster!" I urged, my lungs burning as we pushed forward. The glow ahead intensified, guiding us like a beacon in the darkness. Finally, we burst through the opening, tumbling into another chamber. This one was larger and filled with a faint glow of luminescent crystals embedded in the walls, casting an ethereal light across the room. But the moment I took in our surroundings, dread washed over me. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone altar, surrounded by an array of flickering candles and strange symbols etched into the ground. It felt like a place of worship, but the atmosphere was heavy with an unsettling energy. "What is this?" Rachel gasped, her eyes wide as she took in the sight. "I don't know, but we can't stay here," I said, my voice tight with fear. The growls echoed behind us, reverberating through the chamber as the creature closed in. I felt a wave of panic rise within me, and I scanned the room for an escape route. Just then, I noticed a narrow passageway on the far side of the chamber, partially obscured by the altar. "There!" I shouted, pointing toward the exit. "We have to go." We sprinted across the room, our feet pounding against the stone floor as we dodged around the altar. I could feel the heat radiating from the candles, their flames flickering as if sensing our presence. As we reached the passage, the growling erupted again, more furious than ever. I glanced back just in time to see the creature burst into the chamber, its massive form silhouetted against the glow of the crystals. "Doe! Doe!" I screamed, shoving Rachel ahead of me into the passage. We dashed into the narrow corridor, the walls closing in around us as we raced away from the creature's wrath. We sprinted down the narrow passageway, my heart pounding in my chest like a war drum, each beat echoing the urgency of our flight. The walls felt as if they were closing in on us, the damp stone slicked beneath my fingertips as I braced myself against the cool surface. "Keep moving," I urged Rachel, who was just a step behind me. I could hear the growls echoing through the tunnel, relentless and primal, each sound a reminder of the creature hunting us. The adrenaline surged through my veins, fueling my legs to push harder, faster. The passage twisted and turned, each bend concealing the promise of safety or doom. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I could feel the panic rising like bile in my throat. "Where are we going?" Rachel shouted, her voice tinged with desperation. "I don't know," I replied, fear seeping into my tone. "We just need to get away from it." As we rounded another corner, the passage widened slightly, revealing a small chamber filled with the same luminescent crystals we had seen before. The soft glow illuminated intricate carvings that adorned the walls, depicting strange creatures and scenes that felt eerily familiar, yet alien. I stumbled to a halt, scanning the room for an exit. "Look!" I pointed to a smaller opening on the opposite side, barely noticeable behind a cluster of crystals. that way. We raced toward it, but the moment we turned, I felt the air shift behind us. The creature was close, too close. I could hear its breath, deep and ragged, as it barreled down the passage. Quick! In there! I urged, pushing Rachel ahead of me. We squeezed through the narrow opening just as the growl erupted behind us, shaking the very ground beneath our feet. The tunnel we entered was dark, the air thick and cool against my skin. I felt Rachel beside me, her presence a small comfort in the overwhelming darkness. We pressed ourselves against the damp stone wall, breathing heavily, our hearts racing in sync. "We need to be quiet," I whispered, straining to hear any signs of the creature behind us. The growls had faded into the distance, but the threat lingered like a dark cloud. "Do you think it will follow us?" Rachel asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," I replied, my thoughts racing. "But we can't stay here. We have to keep moving." With a cautious nod, we stepped further into the darkness. The tunnel narrowed again, forcing us to walk single file. I felt the weight of the silence pressing down on us, a palpable tension that made my skin crawl. "Can you see anything?" Rachel asked, her voice trembling slightly. "No, just keep close to me," I replied, straining my eyes to pierce the darkness ahead. The air felt heavy, charged with a sense of foreboding, and every instinct screamed that we were not alone. As we continued deeper into the tunnel, I noticed a faint glow ahead. "There!" I pointed, feeling a flicker of hope. "Maybe there's an exit." We moved toward the light, each step cautious as we navigated the uneven ground. The tunnel opened up into a larger chamber, and I squinted against the brightness. What lay before us was breathtaking yet haunting, a vast underground cavern illuminated by a river of glowing water that flowed like liquid light. The water sparkled with an otherworldly brilliance, casting shimmering reflections on the walls. It felt like stepping into a dream, but something about it also felt wrong. "Is this real?" Rachel whispered, all evident in her voice as she stepped closer to the water's edge. "I don't know," I replied, my eyes scanning the cavern. The glow cast eerie shadows that danced along the walls, and the sound of water rushing was both soothing and unsettling. I took a cautious step forward, peering into the water. It was clear, revealing smooth stones beneath the surface. But the beauty of the scene was marred by a sense of foreboding that settled heavily in my gut. "Should we drink it?" Rachel asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Maybe not," I replied, glancing around. "It could be dangerous." But even as I spoke, a part of me was drawn to the water, fascinated by its glow. I felt the pull of its energy, a siren call that whispered promises of safety and solace. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoed through the cavern, slicing through the tranquility like a knife. The sound reverberated off the walls, a primal warning that sent a shiver down my spine. "We have to go," I shouted, grabbing Rachel's arm and pulling her away from the water. "It's here." We turned to flee, but as we dashed back toward the passage, a shadow flickered at the edge of my vision. My heart raced as I glanced back, only to find the creature emerging from the darkness, its eyes glowing with malevolence. "Run!" I yelled, adrenaline surging as I pulled Rachel forward. We sprinted back through the narrow tunnel, the growls intensifying behind us like a thunderous storm. The passage twisted and turned, and I could feel the creature gaining on us, its heavy footsteps echoing in the darkness. The walls felt like they were closing in, and panic threatened to consume me. "Where do we go?" Rachel gasped, glancing over her shoulder. "I don't know," I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. Just keep moving. We burst into another chamber, and I skidded to a halt. This room was larger than the others, filled with towering stone columns that reached up into the shadows. It felt like a temple, an ancient place of worship, but the atmosphere was thick with dread. Over there. I pointed to a narrow exit at the far side of the chamber. We have to get to that door. As we sprinted across the room, I felt the ground shake beneath us, and the creature's growl echoed like thunder. We were running out of time. Doe! Doe! I urged, pushing Rachel ahead of me as we dashed toward the exit. The growls grew louder, more furious, a sound that promised only terror and death. Just as we reached the door, I felt a sudden rush of wind behind us, followed by an earth-shattering roar that shook the very foundations of the temple. Now! I shouted, grabbing the door handle and flinging it open. We stumbled through the entrance, and I slammed the door shut behind us, pressing my back against it as if I could keep the creature at bay. We stood in a narrow corridor, the air cool and stale. The walls were covered in strange symbols, and the faint glow of luminescent moss lined the edges. "We're safe, right?" Rachel asked, her voice trembling. "For now," I replied, taking a deep breath to steady my racing heart. "But we can't stop. We have to keep moving." We ventured deeper into the corridor, our footsteps echoing in the stillness. Each step felt heavy with the weight of what we had just escaped. I could still hear the creature's growls ringing in my ears, a haunting reminder of how close we had come to losing everything. As we walked, the corridor opened up into another chamber, and I felt a sense of foreboding wash over me. This room was filled with strange artifacts, tattered banners, broken weapons, and remnants of a forgotten civilization. "What happened here?" Rachel murmured, her eyes wide with curiosity. "I don't know," I replied, scanning the room. "But it feels like we're in a graveyard of lost dreams." We moved cautiously through the chamber, examining the remnants of a time long past. Each object told a story, a whisper of the lives that had once thrived in this place. But just as I began to lose myself in the history of it all, a deep growl echoed through the chamber, shaking me from my thoughts. "It's here!" I shouted, panic surging anew as I glanced toward the entrance. We turned to flee, our hearts racing as we sprinted back into the corridor. The growls followed us, a relentless reminder that we were being hunted and time was running out. We darted down the passage, our feet pounding against the stone as we searched for an escape. The air felt electric, charged with the tension of our impending doom. Suddenly, I spotted a faint light ahead. "There!" I pointed toward the glow, my heart racing with hope. "Let's go!" Rachel urged, and we dashed toward the light, praying it would lead us to safety. As we entered the new chamber, I felt a rush of adrenaline wash over me. The room was vast, filled with columns of stone that stretched toward the ceiling. In the center stood an altar, surrounded by flickering candles that cast dancing shadows across the walls. "This looks like a place of worship," Rachel whispered, all creeping into her voice. But the beauty of the scene was overshadowed by the growls that echoed from the passage behind us. The creature was closing in, and we needed to act quickly. "Look for another way out," I shouted, scanning the room for any sign of an escape. Rachel hurried toward the altar, her fingers brushing against the smooth stone. "There has to be something here," she said, her voice trembling. I moved to the far side of the chamber, my heart pounding as I searched for an exit. The air felt thick with tension, and every instinct screamed that we were running out of time. Then I spotted it, a narrow passage hidden behind a pile of rubble. Over here. I called to Rachel, relief flooding my chest as I gestured for her to follow. We rushed toward the passage, but just as we reached it, the creature burst into the chamber, its massive form silhouetted against the flickering candlelight. "Go! Now!" I shouted, shoving Rachel ahead of me as I turned to face the creature. Its glowing eyes locked onto mine, and in that moment, I felt a wave of primal fear wash over me. "Run!" I yelled again, and we squeezed into the narrow passage just as the creature lunged toward us. We stumbled through the tunnel, the walls closing in around us as we fled from the horror that pursued us. The growls echoed behind us, a relentless reminder of the danger that lurked in the shadows. "Faster!" I urged, adrenaline surging through my veins as we raced through the darkness. The passage twisted and turned, and I could feel the creature gaining on us, its footsteps pounding like thunder. "Where are we going?" Rachel shouted, panic lacing her voice. "I don't know," I replied, desperation clawing at my throat. "Just keep moving." As we sprinted forward, I could feel the walls closing in, the darkness enveloping us like a shroud. The passage seemed to stretch endlessly, each bend hiding the promise of salvation or doom. Then, just as I began to lose hope, I spotted a flicker of light ahead. "There!" I shouted, my heart racing with anticipation. "We're almost there." We dashed toward the glow, praying it would lead us to safety. As we emerged into another chamber, I stumbled to a halt, taking in the sight before us. The room was filled with ancient artifacts, shattered pottery, tattered banners, and strange symbols etched into the walls. But the moment of awe was short-lived. The growls grew louder, reverberating through the chamber as the creature closed in on us. "Move!" I shouted, grabbing Rachel's hand and pulling her toward the far side of the room. We raced across the chamber, my heart pounding as I scanned the walls for an exit. But the growls were growing closer, and I could feel the creature's breath hot on my neck. "We're running out of time," Rachel cried, fear etched on her face. "There has to be a way out," I yelled, desperation rising in my chest. We reached the far wall, and I spotted a narrow opening just behind a pile of debris. "Over there," I pointed, relief flooding my veins. "Let's go," Rachel urged, and we dove through the opening just as the creature burst into the chamber, its growl echoing like thunder. We stumbled into the next passage, breathless and terrified, and I could feel the weight of our perilous situation bearing down on us. "Keep moving," I urged, my voice hoarse as we pressed forward into the darkness. The passage twisted and turned, and I could feel the creature gaining on us, its growls echoing in the shadows. Suddenly, the tunnel opened up into a vast chamber, and I skidded to a halt. The sight before us took my breath away. Glowing crystals adorned the walls, casting an ethereal light across the room. But the beauty of the scene was overshadowed by the growls that echoed behind us. "Look for a way out," I shouted, scanning the chamber. As we moved deeper into the room, I felt a sense of dread wash over me. The air was thick with tension, and every instinct screamed that we were not alone. "We need to find a way out," Rachel urged, her voice trembling. "I know," I replied, desperation clawing at my throat. But just as I turned to face the room, a chilling howl echoed through the chamber, shaking me from my thoughts. "It's here," I shouted, grabbing Rachel's arm and pulling her toward the far side of the room. We dashed across the chamber, our hearts racing as we searched for an escape. The air felt electric, charged with the tension of our impending doom. Suddenly, I spotted a faint light ahead. "There!" I pointed toward the glow, my heart racing with hope. "Let's go," Rachel urged, and we dashed toward the light, praying it would lead us to safety. As we entered the new chamber, I felt a rush of adrenaline wash over me. The room was vast, filled with columns of stone that stretched toward the ceiling. In the center stood an altar, surrounded by flickering candles that cast dancing shadows across the walls. "This looks like a place of worship," Rachel whispered, all creeping into her voice. But the beauty of the scene was overshadowed by the growls that echoed from the passage behind us. The creature was closing in, and we needed to act quickly. "Look for another way out," I shouted, scanning the room for any sign of an escape. Rachel hurried toward the altar, her fingers brushing against the smooth stone. "There has to be something here," she said, her voice trembling. I moved to the far side of the chamber, my heart pounding as I searched for an exit. The air felt thick with tension, and every instinct screamed that we were running out of time. Then I spotted it, a narrow passage hidden behind a pile of rubble. "Over here," I called to Rachel, relief flooding my chest as I gestured for her to follow. We rushed toward the passage, but just as we reached it, the creature burst into the chamber, its massive form silhouetted against the flickering candlelight. "Go! Now!" I shouted, shoving Rachel ahead of me as I turned to face the creature. Its glowing eyes locked onto mine, and in that moment, I felt a wave of primal fear wash over me. "Run!" I yelled again, and we squeezed into the narrow passage just as the creature lunged toward us. We stumbled through the tunnel, the walls closing in around us as we fled from the horror that pursued us. The growls echoed behind us, a relentless reminder of the danger that lurked in the shadows. "Faster!" I urged, adrenaline surging through my veins as we raced through the darkness. The passage twisted and turned, and I could feel the creature gaining on us, its footsteps pounding like thunder. "Where are we going?" Rachel shouted, panic lacing her voice. "I don't know," I replied, desperation clawing at my throat. "Just keep moving." As we sprinted forward, I could feel the walls closing in, the darkness enveloping us like a shroud. The passage seemed to stretch endlessly, each bend hiding the promise of salvation or doom. Then, just as I began to lose hope, I spotted a flicker of light ahead. "There!" I shouted, my heart racing with anticipation. "We're almost there." We dashed toward the glow, praying it would lead us to safety. As we emerged into another chamber, I stumbled to a halt, taking in the sight before us. The room was filled with ancient artifacts, shattered pottery, tattered banners, and strange symbols etched into the walls. But the moment of awe was short-lived. The growls grew louder, reverberating through the chamber as the creature closed in on us. "Move!" I shouted, grabbing Rachel's hand and pulling her toward the far side of the room. We raced across the chamber, my heart pounding as I scanned the walls for an exit. But the growls were growing closer, and I could feel the creature's breath hot on my neck. "We're running out of time," Rachel cried, fear etched on her face. "There has to be a way out," I yelled, desperation rising in my chest. We reached the far wall, and I spotted a narrow opening just behind a pile of debris. "Over there," I pointed, relief flooding my veins. "Let's go," Rachel urged, and we dove through the opening just as the creature burst into the chamber, its growl echoing like thunder. We stumbled into the next passage, breathless and terrified, and I could feel the weight of our perilous situation bearing down on us. "Keep moving," I urged, my voice hoarse as we pressed forward into the darkness. The passage twisted and turned, and I could feel the creature gaining on us, its growls echoing in the shadows. Suddenly, the tunnel opened up into a vast chamber, and I skidded to a halt. The sight before us took my breath away. Glowing crystals adorned the walls, casting an ethereal light across the room. But the beauty of the scene was overshadowed by the growls that echoed behind us. "Look for a way out," I shouted, scanning the chamber. As we moved deeper into the room, I felt a sense of dread wash over me. The air was thick with tension, and every instinct screamed that we were not alone. "We need to find a way out," Rachel urged, her voice trembling. "I know," I replied, desperation clawing at my throat. But just as I turned to face the room, a chilling howl echoed through the chamber, shaking me from my thoughts. "It's here," I shouted, grabbing Rachel's arm and pulling her toward the far side of the room. We dashed across the chamber, our hearts racing as we searched for an escape. The air felt electric, charged with the tension of our impending doom. Suddenly, I spotted a faint light ahead. "There!" I pointed toward the glow, my heart racing with hope. "Let's go," Rachel urged, and we dashed toward the light, praying it would lead us to safety. As we entered the new chamber, I felt a rush of adrenaline wash over me. The room was vast, filled with columns of stone that stretched toward the ceiling. In the center stood an altar, surrounded by flickering candles that cast dancing shadows across the walls. "This looks like a place of worship," Rachel whispered, all creeping into her voice. But the beauty of the scene was overshadowed by the growls that echoed from the passage behind us. The creature was closing in, and we needed to act quickly. "Look for another way out," I shouted, scanning the room for any sign of an escape. Rachel hurried toward the altar, her fingers brushing against the smooth stone. "There has to be something here," she said, her voice trembling. I moved to the far side of the chamber, my heart pounding as I searched for an exit. The air felt thick with tension, and every instinct screamed that we were running out of time. Then I spotted it, a narrow passage hidden behind a pile of rubble. "Over here," I called to Rachel, relief flooding my chest as I gestured for her to follow. We rushed toward the passage, but just as we reached it, the creature burst into the chamber, its massive form silhouetted against the flickering candlelight. "Go! Now!" I shouted, shoving Rachel ahead of me as I turned to face the creature. Its glowing eyes locked onto mine, and in that moment, I felt a wave of primal fear wash over me. "Run!" I yelled again, and we squeezed into the narrow passage just as the creature lunged toward us. We stumbled through the tunnel, the walls closing in around us as we fled from the horror that pursued us. The growls echoed behind us, a relentless reminder of the danger that lurked in the shadows. "Faster!" I urged, adrenaline surging through my veins as we raced through the darkness. The passage twisted and turned, and I could feel the creature gaining on us, its footsteps pounding like thunder. "Where are we going?" Rachel shouted, panic lacing her voice. "I don't know," I replied, desperation clawing at my throat. "Just keep moving." As we sprinted forward, I could feel the walls closing in, the darkness enveloping us like a shroud. The passage seemed to stretch endlessly, each bend hiding the promise of salvation or doom. Then, just as I began to lose hope, I spotted a flicker of light ahead. "There!" I shouted, my heart racing with anticipation. "We're almost there." We dashed toward the glow, praying it would lead us to safety. As we emerged into another chamber, I stumbled to a halt, taking in the sight before us. The room was filled with ancient artifacts, shattered pottery, tattered banners, and strange symbols etched into the walls. But the moment of awe was short-lived. The growls grew louder, reverberating through the chamber as the creature closed in on us. "Move!" I shouted, grabbing Rachel's hand and pulling her toward the far side of the room. We raced across the chamber, my heart pounding as I scanned the walls for an exit. But the growls were growing closer, and I could feel the creature's breath hot on my neck. "We're running out of time," Rachel cried, fear etched on her face. "There has to be a way out," I yelled, desperation rising in my chest. We reached the far wall, and I spotted a narrow opening just behind a pile of debris. "Over there," I pointed, relief flooding my veins. "Let's go," Rachel urged, and we dove through the opening just as the creature burst into the chamber, its growl echoing like thunder. We stumbled into the next passage, breathless and terrified, and I could feel the weight of our perilous situation bearing down on us. "Keep moving," I urged, my voice hoarse as we pressed forward into the darkness. The passage twisted and turned, and I could feel the creature gaining on us, its growls echoing in the shadows. Suddenly, the tunnel opened up into a vast chamber, and I skidded to a halt. The sight before us took my breath away. Glowing crystals adorned the walls, casting an ethereal light across the room. But the beauty of the scene was overshadowed by the growls that echoed behind us. "Look for a way out," I shouted, scanning the chamber. As we moved deeper into the room, I felt a sense of dread wash over me. The air was thick with tension, and every instinct screamed that we were not alone. "We need to find a way out," Rachel urged, her voice trembling. "I know," I replied, desperation clawing at my throat. But just as I turned to face the room, a chilling howl echoed through the chamber, shaking me from my thoughts. "It's here," I shouted, grabbing Rachel's arm and pulling her toward the far side of the room. We dashed across the chamber, our hearts racing as we searched for an escape. The air felt electric, charged with the tension of our impending doom. Suddenly, I spotted a faint light ahead. "There!" I pointed toward the glow, my heart racing with hope. "Let's go," Rachel urged, and we dashed toward the light, praying it would lead us to safety. As we entered the new chamber, I felt a rush of adrenaline wash over me. The room was vast, filled with columns of stone that stretched toward the ceiling. In the center stood an altar, surrounded by flickering candles that cast dancing shadows across the walls. "This looks like a place of worship," Rachel whispered, awe creeping into her voice. But the beauty of the scene was overshadowed by the growls that echoed from the passage behind us. The creature was closing in, and we needed to act quickly. "Look for another way out," I shouted, scanning the room for any sign of an escape. Rachel hurried toward the altar, her fingers brushing against the smooth stone. "There has to be something here," she said, her voice trembling. I moved to the far side of the chamber, my heart pounding as I searched for an exit. The air felt thick with tension, and every instinct screamed that we were running out of time. Then I spotted it, a narrow passage hidden behind a pile of rubble. "Over here," I called to Rachel, relief flooding my chest as I gestured for her to follow. We rushed toward the passage, but just as we reached it, the creature burst into the chamber, its massive form silhouetted against the flickering candlelight. "Go! Now!" I shouted, shoving Rachel ahead of me as I turned to face the creature. Its glowing eyes locked onto mine, and in that moment, I felt a wave of primal fear wash over me. "Run!" I yelled again, and we squeezed into the narrow passage just as the creature lunged toward us. We stumbled through the tunnel, the walls closing in around us as we fled from the horror that pursued us. The growls echoed behind us, a relentless reminder of the danger that lurked in the shadows. Faster, I urged, adrenaline surging through my veins as we raced through the darkness. The passage twisted and turned, and I could feel the creature gaining on us, its footsteps pounding like thunder. "Where are we going?" Rachel shouted, panic lacing her voice. "I don't know," I replied, desperation clawing at my throat. "Just keep moving." As we sprinted forward, I could feel the walls closing in, the darkness enveloping us like a shroud. The passage seemed to stretch endlessly, each bend hiding the promise of salvation or doom. Then, just as I began to lose hope, I spotted a flicker of light ahead. "There!" I shouted, my heart racing with anticipation. "We're almost there." We dashed toward the glow, praying it would lead us to safety. As we emerged into another chamber, I stumbled to a halt, taking in the sight before us. The room was filled with ancient artifacts, shattered pottery, tattered banners, and strange symbols etched into the walls. But the moment of awe was short-lived. The growls grew louder, reverberating through the chamber as the creature closed in on us. "Move!" I shouted, grabbing Rachel's hand and pulling her toward the far side of the room. We raced across the chamber, my heart pounding as I scanned the walls for an exit. But the growls were growing closer, and I could feel the creature's breath hot on my neck. "We're running out of time," Rachel cried, fear etched on her face. "There has to be a way out," I yelled, desperation rising in my chest. We reached the far wall, and I spotted a narrow opening just behind a pile of debris. "Over there," I pointed, relief flooding my veins. "Let's go," Rachel urged, and we dove through the opening just as the creature burst into the chamber, its growl echoing like thunder. We stumbled into the next passage, breathless and terrified, and I could feel the weight of our perilous situation bearing down on us. "Keep moving," I urged, my voice hoarse as we pressed forward into the darkness. The passage twisted and turned, and I could feel the creature gaining on us, its growls echoing in the shadows. Suddenly, the tunnel opened up into a vast chamber, and I skidded to a halt. The sight before us took my breath away. Glowing crystals adorned the walls, casting an ethereal light across the room. But the beauty of the scene was overshadowed by the growls that echoed behind us. "Look for a way out," I shouted, scanning the chamber. As we moved deeper into the room, I felt a sense of dread wash over me. The air was thick with tension, and every instinct screamed that we were not alone. "We need to find a way out," Rachel urged, her voice trembling. "I know," I replied, desperation clawing at my throat. But just as I turned to face the room, a chilling howl echoed through the chamber, shaking me from my thoughts. "It's here," I shouted, grabbing Rachel's arm and pulling her toward the far side of the room. We dashed across the chamber, our hearts racing as we searched for an escape. The air felt electric, charged with the tension of our impending doom. Suddenly, I spotted a faint light ahead. "There!" I pointed toward the glow, my heart racing with hope. "Let's go," Rachel urged, and we dashed toward the light, praying it would lead us to safety. The flickering light pulsed ahead, drawing us like moths to a flame. Each step felt heavier, as if the shadows themselves were trying to pull us back into their embrace. The air grew colder, a chill that whispered secrets of dread and despair. As we approached the source of the light, I noticed that it flickered not with the warm glow of fire, but with an eerie, ghostly luminescence. The walls of this new chamber were lined with the same glowing crystals I had seen earlier, casting fractured shadows that danced chaotically across the ground. They illuminated ancient carvings, their meanings lost to time, yet their very presence felt foreboding. "Do you see those?" Rachel whispered, her voice trembling. "Yes," I replied, trying to keep my own fear at bay. "But we can't focus on that now. We need to find a way out before." Before I could finish my thought, a bone-chilling growl echoed from behind us. The sound slithered into my ears like ice, freezing my blood. The creature was closer now, its breath heavy and rancid, filling the chamber with the stench of decay. "We have to move," I urged, scanning the walls for a door, a window, any possible escape. The crystals seemed to pulse in rhythm with my racing heart, casting reflections that warped and twisted, as if mocking our desperation. Rachel's eyes darted around the chamber, wide with fear. "What if there's no way out? What if we're trapped?" "Don't say that," I snapped, the panic rising within me like a tidal wave. "There has to be something." In a moment of panic-fueled clarity, I noticed a series of symbols etched into the stone wall, glowing faintly. They looked almost like a map, intricate patterns spiraling outward. My heart leapt. "Look! Maybe this leads us somewhere." We rushed toward the wall, our fingers brushing over the cold stone as we traced the lines. "What does it mean?" Rachel asked, anxiety evident in her voice. "I don't know," I replied, my brow furrowed in concentration. "But if it leads to another exit, we need to follow it." Suddenly, the growl echoed again, this time even closer. The sound reverberated off the walls, making it feel like it was all around us. "We don't have much time," I said urgently. Rachel nodded, and we began to follow the path of symbols. Each step felt like a gamble, the uncertainty gnawing at the edges of my resolve. As we moved deeper into the chamber, the air grew heavier, filled with a sense of foreboding that wrapped around us like a noose. The path twisted and turned, leading us to a series of archways, each one seeming to promise both salvation and doom. "Which way?" Rachel asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Let's try this one." I pointed to the archway on the right, its entrance dark and foreboding. We slipped through, and the light from the crystals behind us dimmed, leaving us in almost complete darkness. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, drowning out all other sounds. The silence pressed in, suffocating and oppressive. As we ventured further, I reached for Rachel's hand, squeezing it tightly. "Stay close," I murmured. The tunnel narrowed, and the temperature dropped, sending shivers down my spine. We rounded a corner and stumbled into another chamber, this one larger than the last, dominated by an enormous stone statue. It towered over us, a grotesque figure with twisted features, its eyes hollow yet filled with an otherworldly glow. "What is that?" Rachel breathed, her voice shaking with a mix of fear and awe. "I don't know," I replied, trying to mask my own fear. "But it doesn't feel friendly." Just then, a loud crash echoed behind us. The creature had broken through, its growls a thunderous roar that sent shockwaves of terror through my body. "Run!" I shouted, pulling Rachel toward the opposite side of the chamber. The statue loomed behind us, its shadow stretching like a dark hand. We raced toward another passage, the growls echoing louder, merging with the sound of our frantic footsteps. I felt the creature's presence closing in, a predator ready to pounce. As we dashed forward, I glanced back. The creature was massive, its dark silhouette illuminated by the faint light of the crystals. I felt a jolt of fear grip me, its eyes glowed like embers, reflecting a predatory hunger. "Faster!" I urged Rachel, my breath coming in ragged gasps. We plunged into the new passage, the walls narrowing around us. The path twisted, each turn adding to my disorientation. The growls were relentless, echoing in a way that made it feel as though they were coming from all directions. "Where are we going?" Rachel panted, her voice edged with panic. "I don't know," I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. "Just keep moving. We can't stop now." Suddenly, we burst into another chamber, and I skidded to a halt. The sight before me froze my breath in my throat. This chamber was unlike the others, adorned with intricate murals depicting scenes of battles, rituals, and something darker lurking in the background. The air felt thick with the weight of history and sorrow. "Do you think there's a way out?" Rachel asked, her voice barely a whisper. "There has to be," I said, scanning the chamber. We need to find it fast." Then I heard it, a low rumble, a sound like thunder, coming from deep within the chamber. It resonated in my bones, sending chills down my spine. "We don't have much time," I shouted. Just then, the ground shook beneath us, and dust rained down from the ceiling. Panic surged within me, igniting my fight-or-flight response. "Over there." I pointed to a narrow exit at the far end of the room, half hidden behind a broken pillar. "Let's go." We sprinted toward the opening, my heart pounding in my chest. But as we neared the exit, a deafening roar erupted from behind us, shaking the very foundation of the chamber. The creature was right there, looming in the shadows, its glowing eyes fixed on us with a hunger that made my skin crawl. "Run!" I screamed, shoving Rachel ahead of me as we dove through the opening. The passage was even narrower than the last, the walls pressing on us like a vice. I could feel the creature's breath on my back, hot and rancid, as we pushed through the darkness. "Don't look back," I urged, my voice hoarse as we fled deeper into the abyss. The path twisted and turned, and I could feel our time running out. The growls echoed like a countdown, each step bringing us closer to the brink of despair. Finally, just as I thought we might escape, the tunnel opened up into another chamber. We stumbled inside, gasping for breath, and I took a moment to survey our surroundings. The room was vast and dark, filled with ancient relics and forgotten memories. The air was thick with the scent of dust and decay. But what caught my attention was the altar in the center, draped in tattered cloth, glowing faintly with the same eerie light. "Look," Rachel said, pointing toward the altar. "Maybe it can help us." Without thinking, I rushed forward, desperate for answers. As I reached the altar, I noticed strange markings etched into the surface, pulsing softly with energy. "What do you think it is?" Rachel asked, her voice shaky. "I don't know," I said, studying the symbols. "But it feels powerful." Then, without warning, the growling returned, louder and more menacing than ever. The creature was coming, and we had no time left. "We need to do something. Now!" Rachel shouted, panic rising in her voice. As I looked around, I realized we had no other option. I took a deep breath, focusing on the altar and the symbols etched into it. "Maybe we can use this, whatever it is." I pressed my hands against the cold stone, feeling a surge of energy coursing through me. The symbols glowed brighter, illuminating the room in an otherworldly light. "Come on, Rachel. Help me," I shouted, urging her to join me at the altar. She rushed to my side, placing her hands on the stone. Together, we concentrated on the energy flowing through us, hoping against hope that it would protect us from the creature lurking in the shadows. But the growls were growing louder, reverberating through the chamber like a death knell. The creature was almost upon us, its presence a suffocating weight in the air. "Please work," I whispered, fear clawing at my heart as I closed my eyes, willing the energy to take form to protect us from the darkness. The room pulsed with power, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I could hear a voice, ancient and echoing, warning us of the darkness that loomed ever closer. And then it happened. The growl erupted into a deafening roar, and the chamber trembled as the creature burst into view, its monstrous form silhouetted against the flickering light of the altar. "Stay together," I shouted, but in that moment, the world seemed to freeze. The creature lunged forward, its jaws open wide, ready to consume us both. As it closed in, I felt a surge of energy ripple through the air, an overwhelming force that pushed against the creature, holding it at bay. "Now!" I yelled, and with one final push, we channeled everything we had into the altar, hoping to harness its power to protect us from the impending doom. But just as the light flared bright enough to blind us, I heard a deafening crash and felt the ground tremble beneath my feet. And in that moment, as the world exploded into chaos, I realized we were trapped, caught between the light and the darkness, with nowhere to run. The blinding light surged around us, enveloping the chamber in an almost tangible glow. My heart raced as I felt the force of the altar's energy pulsing through my fingertips, a desperate hope flickering in my chest. The creature's roar reverberated through the chamber, drowning out everything else, as it lunged forward, its grotesque form a dark silhouette against the brilliance of the altar. "Hold on!" I yelled, straining against the energy that surged through me. The creature's weighty presence felt like a shadow wrapping around my soul, pressing down with an overwhelming force. As the light intensified, I caught a glimpse of the creature's features, its skin glistened like oil, shifting and morphing, eyes blazing with an insatiable hunger that sent chills coursing through my veins. A primal fear gripped me, urging me to run, to flee, but I stood my ground, the altar's power anchoring me in place. "Rachel, don't let go," I urged, our hands tightly clasped on the altar's surface. "We have to channel this energy together." The light grew, radiating outward in waves that licked at the walls of the chamber. With each pulse, the energy vibrated through my body, filling me with warmth and courage. It was a strange dichotomy, fighting the icy grip of fear that the creature instilled in me. "It's working," Rachel shouted, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. "I can feel it." Just as hope surged within me, the creature lunged again, a rush of wind and shadow, and I felt its breath on my face, rancid and hot. I pressed harder against the altar, willing it to protect us, to repel the darkness that sought to consume us. Suddenly, the light erupted in a blinding flash, illuminating every corner of the chamber, and for a split second, I could see everything, the ancient carvings on the walls, the relics scattered around the room, and the creature, caught in the glow, frozen in mid-lunge, its eyes wide with confusion. "Now, Rachel. Push," I commanded, pouring every ounce of willpower into our connection with the altar. With a surge of adrenaline, we both leaned into the altar, our collective fear transforming into a beacon of defiance. The light enveloped us completely, and I felt an electric current surge through my veins, as if the very essence of the island was channeled through us. The creature recoiled, a guttural growl erupting from its throat as the light pushed it back. It clawed at the air, a dark silhouette writhing against the brilliance, its form twisting in unnatural ways as if the light was unraveling its very being. "Keep going. Don't stop," Rachel urged, her voice fierce and unwavering, even as the shadows danced around us. We pressed harder, a wave of determination washing over us, binding us to the altar and each other. I felt the energy flowing into me, filling the void left by fear, and I could see the creature beginning to retreat, the shadows around it writhing and twisting as if they were alive, desperately trying to pull it back into the darkness. "It's working! It's working!" I shouted, exhilaration mixing with terror. But just as victory seemed within our grasp, a deafening crack split the air, reverberating through the chamber. The ceiling trembled, dust raining down like tiny meteors, and the altar's light flickered dangerously. "Not now! Please!" I gasped, desperation clawing at my insides. I couldn't let it end like this. We had come too far. With one final push, we focused all of our energy into the light, and a powerful wave erupted from the altar, blasting outward in a radiant explosion. The creature shrieked, a sound of raw rage and terror, as the light engulfed it completely. "Run!" I screamed, grabbing Rachel's hand and yanking her away from the altar just as the chamber shook violently, the ground quaking beneath our feet. We dashed toward the nearest exit, the world around us crumbling. The chamber erupted into chaos, rock and debris rained down, and I could feel the air crackling with energy. "Don't look back!" I yelled, my voice barely rising above the din of destruction. We sprinted through the passageway, narrowly avoiding falling debris as we fled deeper into the darkened tunnels. The walls felt alive, closing in around us as if the island itself was attempting to swallow us whole. "Where are we going?" Rachel gasped, panic lacing her words. "Anywhere but here," I replied, my heart racing. The growl of the creature faded behind us, but I knew it wouldn't be long before it found a way to return. Suddenly, the passage opened into another chamber, dimly lit by flickering torches along the walls. The sight of the flames brought a moment of relief, but as I stepped inside, a chill coursed through me. The atmosphere was heavy, laden with an ancient sadness that seeped into my bones. "Look at those drawings," Rachel whispered, pointing toward the walls where murals depicted scenes of people, once vibrant, now faded, interacting with strange creatures and performing rituals. The imagery was haunting, and I felt a sense of foreboding wash over me. "We're not alone," I murmured, scanning the room. "Do you think they were like us?" Rachel asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I replied, trying to keep my own fear at bay. "But we need to keep moving. We can't linger here." Just then, a faint sound caught my attention, a whisper, soft yet insistent, seeming to echo from the far corner of the chamber. My heart raced. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Rachel nodded, her eyes wide with fear. "What was it?" "I don't know, but we have to check it out," I said, fighting the urge to turn and flee. We moved cautiously toward the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. As we approached, I could make out the shapes of shadows flickering against the wall, dancing to the rhythm of an unseen force. "Hello?" I called out tentatively, my voice echoing in the silence. But there was no response, only the sound of our breathing and the distant whispers that seemed to swirl around us. Just as I thought I would turn back, a figure emerged from the shadows, an apparition, translucent and flickering like the flames of the torches. It hovered in the air, its features indistinct, yet it felt familiar. "Help us," it whispered, the voice ethereal and haunting. "Who are you?" I breathed, my voice catching in my throat. The figure raised a hand, pointing toward a passage on the far side of the chamber. "The light must not fade, or the darkness will consume." Panic surged through me as I realized the creature was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance. "Come on, Rachel," I shouted, grabbing her hand again and pulling her toward the passage. We fled from the apparition, the whispers echoing in our ears as we dashed down the new tunnel, the darkness closing in around us. The air felt thick with tension, and I could sense the creature lurking just beyond our reach, hungry for our fear. As we sprinted down the corridor, I felt the walls shifting, the ground trembling beneath our feet. The shadows seemed to stretch out, clawing at us, pulling us into their depths. "Keep going," I urged, adrenaline coursing through my veins. We pushed forward, the faint glow of light ahead guiding us like a beacon. Just as we reached the end of the tunnel, a deafening roar erupted behind us, and I felt the ground shake violently. "It's here!" I screamed, lunging toward the exit just as the walls began to collapse around us. With one final push, we dove through the opening, rolling onto the ground outside as the darkness swallowed the tunnel behind us. We scrambled to our feet, gasping for breath, the cold night air hitting us like a wave. But as I looked around, my heart sank. We were back on the surface of the island, surrounded by the same eerie darkness that had enveloped us before. The air was thick with an unsettling silence, and I could feel the weight of the island pressing down on us once more. "Where are we?" Rachel gasped, her eyes darting around as if searching for an escape. "I don't know," I replied, my voice hoarse. "But we can't stay here. We have to find shelter." As we scanned the area, I spotted a dilapidated cabin a few yards away, its structure barely standing against the encroaching shadows. "Over there." I pointed, urgency creeping into my voice. "Let's go." We rushed toward the cabin, our hearts pounding in our chests, the creature's presence looming just behind us. As we reached the door, I hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the darkness swallowing the landscape. "Please, let there be safety in here," I whispered, pushing the door open. The cabin creaked ominously as we stepped inside, the air thick with dust and neglect. The flickering light from outside barely illuminated the room, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. "Do you think it can find us here?" Rachel asked, her voice shaking. "I don't know," I admitted, closing the door behind us. "But we have to barricade it. Just in case." We quickly searched for anything to block the door, a heavy table, a broken chair, whatever we could find. My mind raced with thoughts of the creature lurking outside, waiting for the moment we let our guard down. "Is there a way out?" Rachel asked, scanning the room. "Maybe a window," I replied, moving cautiously toward the back of the cabin. As I pushed aside the tattered curtains, I felt a chill run down my spine. The window looked out onto a dark expanse of forest, the trees looming like sentinels against the night sky. But beyond the trees, I could see something glimmering, a faint light, flickering in the distance. "Look!" I pointed, my heart racing with a mix of hope and dread. "There's light over there." Rachel leaned closer, squinting through the glass. "But what if it's another trap?" I felt a tug of uncertainty, but the allure of the light was strong. "We have to find out. We can't stay here forever." As we turned away from the window, the air shifted around us, a heavy weight settling in the room. I glanced at Rachel, a silent understanding passing between us. "We stick together," I said, determination flooding my veins. "No matter what happens." She nodded, her eyes fierce. "No matter what." And with that, we began our search for a way out of the cabin, our hearts pounding in sync with the darkness that loomed just outside. The cabin felt more like a tomb than a sanctuary, the air stale and heavy with dust. My heart raced as I led Rachel deeper inside, our footsteps echoing in the silence. The faint light outside seemed to beckon us, a flicker of hope in an otherwise oppressive darkness. We scanned the room, taking in the remnants of a life once lived. An old wooden table stood in the center, covered with peeling newspapers and a few empty bottles. A rusted stove sat in the corner, its surface coated in a thick layer of grime, and a stone fireplace loomed nearby, its hearth empty and cold. "Look!" Rachel pointed toward a staircase that spiraled upward, its wooden steps creaking ominously under our weight. "Maybe there's something up there we can use." "Or a way out," I replied, glancing toward the darkened corners of the room. The thought of being trapped with the creatures still lurking outside made my skin crawl. We crept up the stairs, the wood groaning beneath our feet, the sound echoing eerily in the stillness. As we reached the top, we found ourselves in a small loft, the rafters low and shadowy. A single window faced the forest beyond, its glass grimy and cracked, allowing only a sliver of moonlight to filter through. "Let's check it out," I said, moving toward the window. I wiped the glass with my sleeve, squinting into the darkness. The glimmer of light still flickered in the distance, but I could see nothing else. "Maybe it's a campfire or something," Rachel suggested, her voice barely above a whisper. "But it could also be dangerous." "Maybe," I admitted, my mind racing with possibilities. "But we need to know what's out there. We can't stay in this cabin forever." As I turned away from the window, I caught a glimpse of something on the floor, an old trunk, its leather cracked and weathered. "Look at this," I exclaimed, kneeling beside it. "Maybe there's something useful inside." I fumbled with the rusty latch, finally prying it open. The trunk creaked loudly, and dust billowed out, causing me to cough. Inside, I found a collection of faded clothing, an assortment of tools, and something that made my heart skip, a small lantern, its glass dirty but intact. "Rachel, look!" I held it up, excitement bubbling within me. "We can use this to light our way if we decide to leave." "That's great," she replied, her eyes wide as she inspected the trunk's contents. "But do you think it still works?" I carefully pulled the lantern out, inspecting it closely. "We can try to find oil in the cabin. There has to be something." As I rummaged through the trunk, I noticed a small, leather-bound journal wedged into the corner. Its pages were yellowed and frayed, and the cover was embossed with an intricate design. "Hey, check this out," I called to Rachel, handing her the journal. "It looks like someone kept a record." She opened it, her brow furrowing as she scanned the pages. "It's full of notes about the island." "What does it say?" I asked, my pulse quickening. "Some of it's written in a different language," she replied, flipping through the pages. "But there are sketches of the creatures and some rituals. It looks like they were trying to communicate with them." "Communicate?" I echoed, unease creeping in. "What does it say about the light?" Rachel's eyes widened as she continued reading. "It mentions something about the light being a barrier, a way to keep the darkness at bay. But it also warns that when the light fades, the creatures become stronger and the island itself changes." A chill settled over me. "Changes? In what way?" She flipped to another page, the ink smeared and faded. "It's hard to read, but it talks about people disappearing, about the island drawing them in, and how once you're caught in the darkness, you can't escape." My heart sank at the implications. "So, if we stay here too long, it might consume us," Rachel finished, her voice barely above a whisper. We exchanged worried glances, the weight of our situation pressing down on us. "We need to make a plan," I said, trying to regain my composure. "If we want to reach that light, we have to gather supplies." Rachel nodded, her determination returning. I'll look for oil for the lantern. You see if there's anything else we can use. We split up, rummaging through the cabin for anything that might aid our escape. I searched the loft while Rachel went downstairs, the sound of her footsteps fading into the shadows below. As I dug through old furniture and boxes, a nagging sensation crept over me, as if the shadows were watching. I shook my head, dismissing the feeling as paranoia. I opened a door leading to a small bedroom, its contents covered in a thick layer of dust. The bed frame was bare, the mattress long gone, but something glimmered in the corner. I approached cautiously and found a metal box, its lock broken. With a sense of urgency, I pried it open, revealing a small collection of candles, matches, and a map of the island. The map was weathered and torn, but the lines were clear, outlining paths and landmarks. This could help us navigate, I murmured, carefully rolling it up and tucking it under my arm. Found anything? Rachel called from downstairs, breaking me from my thoughts. A map, I replied, stepping out of the bedroom and glancing down the stairs. And candles. We can use these if the lantern runs out. Great. I found some oil and a few more tools, she said, emerging from the shadows. We should get everything together and head out. I nodded, feeling a surge of determination. Let's do it. We quickly gathered our supplies, oil for the lantern, the candles, the tools, and the journal. I clutched the map tightly, my mind racing with plans for our escape. Once we had everything, I took a deep breath, looking around the cabin one last time. The air felt thick with secrets, the shadows creeping closer as if urging us to leave. Ready? I asked, meeting Rachel's gaze. Let's get out of here, she replied, her voice steady. We moved toward the door, adrenaline coursing through our veins as we prepared to face whatever lay beyond the cabin's threshold. As I pushed open the door, the night air rushed in, cool and sharp against my skin. The forest stretched out before us, a maze of darkness and shadows, but the flickering light in the distance still beckoned us onward. Stay close, I instructed, stepping out into the night. Rachel followed closely behind, and together we began our journey toward the unknown. The oppressive darkness loomed around us, but we held onto the flicker of hope that guided us forward. With each step, I could feel the weight of the island pressing down, the sense of urgency growing stronger. We had to reach that light before it was too late, before the darkness consumed us whole. As we navigated through the dense underbrush, the whispers of the forest surrounded us, a chorus of unseen voices that sent chills down my spine. What if the creatures are out here? Rachel asked, her voice trembling slightly. I don't know, I admitted, my heart racing. But we can't turn back now. We pressed on, the flickering light guiding our way, each step filled with the weight of uncertainty. But as we moved deeper into the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, something lurking just beyond the reach of the light, waiting for the moment to strike. As we ventured further into the forest, the air grew heavier, thick with moisture and the earthy scent of decaying leaves. The trees loomed above us, their twisted branches intertwining like skeletal fingers, blocking out most of the moonlight. Every crackle of twigs underfoot echoed ominously, amplifying the silence that enveloped us. Do you think it's safe to keep moving? Rachel asked, glancing nervously over her shoulder. I don't think we have much choice, I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. If we stop now, we might not start again. We continued, the flickering light still visible in the distance, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. But with each step, the shadows seemed to deepen, growing thicker and more oppressive around us. Look! Rachel pointed ahead, her voice a mix of excitement and fear. The light is getting closer. My heart leapt at the sight, but with it came a surge of caution. Keep your guard up. We don't know what's waiting for us. We moved cautiously, the underbrush crunching beneath our feet, and the light flickered enticingly ahead. As we approached, the source of the glow revealed itself, a small clearing illuminated by a circle of glowing fungi, their luminescence casting eerie shadows against the trees. Is that bioluminescence? Rachel whispered, her eyes wide. Looks like it, I replied, kneeling to examine the fungi. They pulse softly, as if alive, their colors shifting from green to blue. But why is it glowing here? It feels wrong. Maybe it's some kind of warning, Rachel suggested, stepping back. Like a sign that we shouldn't be here. I stood up, torn between the beauty of the glowing fungi and the creeping sense of dread. We can't turn back now. We need to see what's on the other side of this clearing. Just then, a low growl resonated from the shadows of the trees, sending a jolt of fear through me. Did you hear that? Rachel's eyes widened, her voice trembling. I nodded, my heart racing. We need to move, now. We hurried across the clearing, the light from the fungi casting strange shadows that danced around us. The growl echoed again, closer this time, and I felt a chill creep up my spine. What is it? Rachel gasped, glancing back at the tree line. I don't know, I replied, my instincts screaming for us to keep moving. But it sounds big. As we reached the other side of the clearing, the trees closed in around us again, their branches forming a dark canopy overhead. The flickering light of the fungi faded behind us, replaced by an oppressive darkness that felt alive, pressing in on all sides. Do you think it followed us? Rachel asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I hope not, I replied, glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a pair of glowing eyes watching us. But we have to keep going. We can't let it find us. The path narrowed, and I led the way, trying to stay focused on the map I had tucked under my arm. It was difficult to navigate in the dark, but I recalled a few landmarks that might help guide us. According to this, I said, peering at the map in the dim light, we should be able to reach a stream up ahead. We can follow that, it'll lead us to the other side of the island. Good thinking, Rachel said, sounding more confident. Let's move. As we pressed on, the atmosphere shifted again, a strange energy coursing through the air. The forest felt alive, pulsing with unseen forces. I could hear faint whispers drifting through the trees, but they were indistinct, like a forgotten language echoing in the wind. What do you think it is? Rachel asked, glancing around nervously. Maybe it's just the wind, I suggested, but my voice lacked conviction. I felt a sense of unease that I couldn't shake, as if the very forest was aware of our presence. Suddenly, the growl erupted again, louder this time, reverberating through the trees and shaking the ground beneath us. My heart raced as I exchanged a panicked glance with Rachel. We have to run, I said, grabbing her hand. Now! We sprinted through the underbrush, branches clawing our clothes as we dodged between the trees. The growl transformed into a chilling snarl, echoing behind us like a predator closing in on its prey. I can't keep this up. Rachel gasped, struggling to keep pace. Just a little further. I urged, adrenaline surging through me. We have to reach the stream. Finally, we broke through the thick foliage and stumbled into a small clearing where a babbling stream flowed, its water sparkling under the faint light of the moon. There! I shouted, pointing to a large rock that jutted out near the water's edge. We can hide there. We scrambled toward the rock, our lungs burning from the exertion. As we crouched behind it, we both peered into the darkness, straining to hear the creature's approach. The growls faded momentarily, replaced by the soft sounds of the water flowing. "We need to stay quiet," I whispered, trying to calm my racing heart. "If it finds us, we're done for." Rachel nodded, her eyes wide and filled with fear. The moment stretched into eternity as we huddled behind the rock, listening intently for any signs of movement. But then, a rustling noise broke the silence, followed by heavy footsteps. "It's coming," Rachel whispered, clutching my arm tightly. I held my breath, trying to remain as still as possible. The footsteps drew closer, and a figure emerged from the darkness, silhouetted against the trees. It was large, too large to be human, and the outline was wrong, distorted. My stomach churned as I recognized the fearsome shape of something monstrous, its long limbs bending at unnatural angles. "Stay quiet," I hissed, my heart pounding in my chest. The creature paused at the edge of the clearing, its breath ragged and labored. It sniffed the air, its movements jerky and unsettling. I could see its eyes, glowing like embers in the night, scanning the area. We held our breath, the weight of fear pressing down on us. In that moment, I felt a profound sense of vulnerability, a realization that we were just two small beings lost in a world filled with untold horrors. The creature seemed to linger, its head tilting as if sensing our presence. Just then, I noticed something flickering behind it, the glow of the bioluminescent fungi we had left behind. In the dim light, it almost seemed to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat, a strange reminder of what had drawn us into this nightmare in the first place. "I think it's looking for us," Rachel whispered, her voice trembling. As if sensing the weight of her words, the creature turned its attention back to the shadows of the forest, growling softly as it moved away from the stream. It prowled cautiously, slipping silently back into the darkness. "Is it gone?" Rachel asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I think so," I replied, but my heart still raced. "But we can't wait here. We have to move while we can." We waited a few more moments, listening intently for any signs of danger. The forest felt unnaturally quiet now, the whispers replaced by an eerie stillness. "Let's go," I finally said, rising cautiously and glancing toward the water. "We'll follow the stream until we reach the other side." Rachel nodded, her expression resolute. We stepped away from our hiding spot, adrenaline coursing through us as we moved quietly along the bank, the water rushing beside us. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being hunted, that the creature was watching our every move from the shadows. The darkness felt alive, the trees closing in around us as we navigated the treacherous terrain. "Do you think we're safe?" Rachel asked, her voice trembling slightly as we walked. "I don't know," I admitted, glancing over my shoulder. "But we have to keep moving. We can't let it catch us." We pressed on, the stream guiding our path, the flickering light of the fungi far behind us. The forest began to feel less welcoming, the shadows stretching longer as the night deepened. But in the midst of our fear, a glimmer of hope flickered within me. If we could reach the other side, if we could find a way off this cursed island, maybe we could escape the darkness that threatened to consume us. And so, with every step, we forged ahead into the unknown, determined to face whatever lay waiting in the shadows. The stream led us deeper into the heart of the forest, its gurgling waters a soothing contrast to the tension that gripped us. With each step, the forest around us began to change. The trees grew denser, their trunks twisting grotesquely, and the ground became a carpet of moss that muffled our footsteps. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a reminder of the life and death intertwined in this remote wilderness. "Do you think we'll find help?" Rachel asked, breaking the silence. Her voice quivered slightly, a reflection of the fear that had taken root in both of us. "I don't know," I replied, forcing my tone to remain steady. "But we have to try. There must be other researchers or some kind of facility on this island." Rachel nodded, but her eyes betrayed her uncertainty. "What if they're gone? What if we're the only ones left?" A chill swept through me at her words, and I quickened my pace. "Let's focus on moving. We'll figure it out when we get there." As we continued, the soft sounds of the stream mixed with the rustling of leaves above us. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting ghostly shadows that danced around us. It felt as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Then, without warning, the air shifted. A sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, rustling the leaves violently. I stopped in my tracks, instinctively gripping Rachel's arm. "Did you feel that?" I whispered, scanning the darkness around us. "Yes," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. It felt different. As if responding to our unease, the rustling intensified, and from the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of movement in the shadows. My heart raced as I turned to look, but there was nothing there, just darkness, thick and impenetrable. "Let's keep moving," I urged, unwilling to linger any longer in this unsettling moment. We pressed on, and the forest seemed to close in around us, the trees leaning closer as if they were eavesdropping on our fears. Each step felt heavier, weighed down by the looming sense of dread that followed us. "Do you think the creature is still out there?" Rachel asked, her voice shaking. "I don't know," I said, my mind racing. "But we can't let it catch us off guard. Keep your eyes peeled." We walked in silence, the rhythmic sound of the stream guiding us forward. But soon, the gentle flow of water began to fade, replaced by an ominous stillness. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach as the air grew colder, each breath coming out in shallow puffs. "Where did the stream go?" Rachel asked, glancing around, her brows furrowing in confusion. "Maybe it branches off," I suggested, though doubt gnawed at me. "Or maybe it dries up further ahead." Just as I spoke, the ground beneath us shifted, a low rumble vibrating through the earth. We exchanged a panicked glance, and then the noise intensified, a low growl echoing through the trees, reverberating in my bones. "It's coming back," I breathed, the words barely escaping my lips. "Run!" Rachel cried, and we bolted forward, desperation fueling our flight. We plunged deeper into the forest, our breath coming in quick gasps, the darkness swallowing us whole. The growl followed, a deep, menacing sound that reverberated through the trees, growing louder and closer. "Where do we go?" Rachel shouted, her voice filled with fear. "Just keep going," I urged, barely able to think straight. Ahead, I spotted a break in the trees, a small clearing illuminated by a pale light. "There!" I pointed, desperate for an escape. As we dashed toward the clearing, the growl transformed into a chilling roar that echoed in the night, shaking the leaves above us. The very ground seemed to tremble beneath our feet, urging us to run faster. We burst into the clearing and skidded to a halt, panting heavily. The sight before us stole my breath away. In the center of the clearing stood a massive, ancient tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like twisted arms. The bark was dark, almost black, and it pulsed with a faint, eerie glow reminiscent of the fungi we had encountered earlier. "What is that?" Rachel gasped, her eyes wide with both awe and fear. I don't know, I admitted, my voice shaky as I took a step closer. But it feels powerful. Suddenly, the ground shook again, and from the shadows, the creature emerged, its form a monstrous silhouette against the faint light of the tree. Its long limbs moved with a disturbing grace, and its eyes glowed like fiery coals, fixing us with an unblinking stare. We need to hide, I hissed, but the clearing offered no refuge. Instinctively, we pressed ourselves against the ancient tree, the pulsating bark cool against my back. The creature prowled closer, its snarl echoing through the clearing, sending shivers down my spine. I could feel the vibrations of its footsteps reverberating through the ground, an ominous reminder of the danger that loomed so close. The tree seemed to respond to our presence, its glow intensifying, wrapping us in a warm light that felt strangely comforting. Maybe it's protecting us, Rachel whispered, her voice trembling with hope. But I wasn't sure if the creature would be deterred. It moved closer, sniffing the air, its eyes searching for us. I held my breath, praying it wouldn't find us. Just then, the wind howled again, swirling through the clearing, and the creature paused, its attention diverted. The tree's glow flickered in response, and I felt a surge of energy pulse through me, a strange connection to this ancient being. Now, I whispered, and we took a step away from the tree, hoping to slip past the creature unnoticed. But it turned, its gaze snapping back to us with a furious growl, and I knew we had made a mistake. Run! I shouted, and we bolted in the opposite direction, adrenaline coursing through our veins as we sprinted through the clearing. The creature lunged after us, its massive form a blur in the shadows, but the glow from the tree illuminated our path. We darted past it, the forest opening up before us as we ran for our lives. As we broke free from the clearing, I felt a rush of triumph, but it was short-lived. The forest thickened again, and the growls echoed behind us, relentless and terrifying. We can't keep this up. Rachel gasped, desperation creeping into her voice. There has to be a way out. I shouted back, my mind racing for solutions. We just need to find higher ground. Ahead, I spotted a steep incline that rose sharply from the ground, leading up to a rocky outcrop. There, I pointed. We can climb. Without waiting for a response, I charged toward the incline, the ground sloping steeply beneath us. The trees thinned out, and I scrambled up the rocks, my hands finding purchase on the rough surface. Rachel followed closely, her breath coming in desperate gasps as we ascended. The growls grew fainter, but I knew it wouldn't be long before the creature found us again. Once we reached the top, we collapsed against the rocky surface, panting heavily, the cold air stinging our lungs. We should be safe up here, Rachel said, her eyes scanning the darkness below. Yeah, I agreed, though the uncertainty gnawed at me. But we can't let our guard down. We need to find a way off this island. As we caught our breath, I glanced around the rocky outcrop. The moonlight spilled over the landscape, revealing a sweeping view of the forest below, its treetops swaying gently in the night breeze. But as I looked closer, I noticed something peculiar. The ground beneath us was littered with what appeared to be remnants of old campfires, charred wood, ash, and faded scraps of fabric. This place must have been used by other researchers, I said, curiosity piquing despite the fear that gripped me. Or something else, Rachel replied, her voice tense as she examined the remains. I could sense her anxiety growing, and I felt it too. The feeling of being watched returned, more intense than before. I scanned the darkness, but there was nothing, only the distant rustle of leaves. We can't stay here, I finally said, my instincts urging me to move. If others were here, maybe there's a way to signal for help. Do you think we can find a radio or something? Rachel asked, her voice filled with hope. Possibly, I replied, my mind racing. Let's search the area. We began to explore the outcrop, moving cautiously among the remnants of the old campsite. It felt surreal, as if we had stumbled into a forgotten world. The moonlight illuminated bits of broken gear and equipment, remnants of past explorers who had once tread these grounds. What if they didn't make it? Rachel murmured, her voice trembling with dread. I swallowed hard, trying to push away the dark thought. We won't think like that. We're going to find a way out. As we rummaged through the debris, I came across a small metal box partially buried in the dirt. Look! I exclaimed, brushing away the dirt to reveal a rusted container. Maybe there's something useful inside. With a mix of anticipation and fear, I pried open the box, revealing an assortment of tools, a small flashlight, and a few cans of food. My heart lifted at the sight of the flashlight. Do you think it still works? Rachel asked, peering over my shoulder. I flicked the switch, and to my relief, the beam of light flickered to life, casting a warm glow around us. Yes. I grinned, feeling a surge of hope. This will help us see in the dark. Great, Rachel said, her voice brightening. Now we can look for a way off this island. I took a deep breath, the weight of our situation pressing down on me. Let's check out the higher ground and see if we can spot anything, a path, a way back to the shore. We made our way to the edge of the outcrop, the flashlight illuminating the rocky terrain. The view was breathtaking, but it was also a stark reminder of how isolated we were. The forest spread out like an endless sea of darkness, but in the distance, I caught a glimpse of something, a flicker of light that stood out against the inky backdrop. Look! I pointed, my heart racing. Do you see that? Rachel squinted into the darkness, her brow furrowing in concentration. I think so. What is it? I don't know, I replied, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. But it could be our way out. We quickly gathered our things, ready to descend the outcrop and head toward the light. But as we turned to leave, a rustling sound echoed through the trees below, halting us in our tracks. What was that? Rachel whispered, her eyes wide with fear. I held the flashlight up, illuminating the darkness. The beam swept across the trees, revealing a pair of glowing eyes watching us from the underbrush. The creature was back, lurking just out of reach, its form hidden among the shadows. Go! I shouted, grabbing Rachel's hand as we raced back toward the incline. We scrambled down the rocks, slipping on loose gravel, panic fueling our descent. The growls echoed behind us, a terrifying reminder of the predator on our heels. Faster! I urged, adrenaline surging as we reached the bottom and darted into the trees. We plunged into the darkness, the flashlight beam flickering wildly as we ran. The forest closed in around us, branches clawing at our clothes and hair as we navigated the treacherous terrain. The creature followed, its snarls reverberating in the night air, closer than ever. My heart raced, and I could feel the heat of its breath on my neck as we sprinted deeper into the forest. There! Rachel shouted, pointing toward a narrow path that branched off to the left. We veered onto the path, pushing ourselves harder as we ran. The glow of the light in the distance became our beacon, guiding us through the darkness. As we raced down the path, the sounds of the forest faded, replaced by the rush of our breaths and the pounding of our hearts. But I could still feel the creature's presence lurking behind us, hunting us like prey. Keep going, I urged, my voice hoarse from fear and exertion. We can't stop now. We pressed on, the light ahead growing brighter, illuminating our way as we stumbled forward. The sound of rushing water grew louder, and I realized we were nearing the stream again. Almost there, I shouted, determination flooding my veins. Just as we reached the edge of the water, I turned to look back, my heart pounding. The creature was still following, its eyes glowing like fiery coals as it lunged toward us. Jump! I yelled, and without thinking, we leaped into the stream, the cold water crashing over us and dragging us under. The current pulled us along, and for a moment, I lost sight of Rachel. Panic surged within me as I fought against the rushing water, desperately searching for her. Rachel! I shouted, my voice muffled by the roar of the stream. Then I spotted her, struggling against the current a few feet away. I'm here, she cried, her face a mask of fear. I reached out, grabbing her hand as the water swirled around us. Together, we fought against the current, our hearts racing as we propelled ourselves toward the bank. With one final push, we broke free from the water's grasp, scrambling onto the muddy bank and collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. We made it! Rachel exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. But I could hear the growl echoing behind us, and I knew our respite wouldn't last long. We need to keep moving, I urged, my heart racing as I scanned the darkness. We got to our feet, water dripping from our clothes, and hurried along the stream, determined to put as much distance between us and the creature as possible. As we moved, the forest began to change again. The trees grew sparser, and the air felt lighter, less oppressive. Maybe we're getting closer to the edge of the island, Rachel said, her voice tinged with hope. Let's hope so, I replied, my eyes darting nervously to the shadows. But just as we turned a bend in the stream, the trees opened up to reveal a clearing ahead. My heart soared at the sight, but it quickly dropped as I noticed what lay within it. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a dilapidated cabin, its weathered wooden walls sagging beneath the weight of the vines that clung to it like a shroud. What is that? Rachel asked, her voice filled with both fear and curiosity. I don't know, I admitted, glancing back toward the trees. The growl had faded, but I could still feel the creature lurking in the shadows. Do you think it's safe? Rachel asked, uncertainty etched on her face. Only one way to find out, I replied, my heart pounding as I led the way toward the cabin. We approached cautiously, the moonlight casting long shadows across the clearing. The door hung slightly ajar, creaking softly in the night breeze. Should we go inside? Rachel whispered, her eyes darting nervously around us. I hesitated, unsure if it was a wise decision. But the cabin offered potential refuge, and the darkness around us felt suffocating. We have to, I finally said. We need a place to regroup and figure out our next move. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open, the hinges groaning in protest. The interior was dark and musty, the air thick with the scent of mold and decay. We stepped inside, our hearts racing as we swept the beam of the flashlight across the room. Cobwebs hung from the corners, and the wooden floor creaked beneath our feet. Is anyone here? Rachel called out, her voice echoing in the silence. But there was no response. As we explored, I noticed scattered remnants of old camping gear, a torn sleeping bag, rusted pots and pans, and what appeared to be a journal lying open on a rickety table. I picked up the journal, brushing off the dust. The pages were yellowed and brittle, but the writing was legible. It appeared to be a record of the previous occupants, researchers who had come to study the island's unique ecology. "Listen to this," I said, reading aloud. "We've encountered strange phenomena on the island. At night, the light disappears, and we hear sounds in the darkness. Some of the team have reported feeling watched." "What does that mean?" Rachel asked, a shiver running down her spine. "It means we're not the first ones to experience this," I replied, my stomach gnawing at the thought. "And whatever is out there, it's been here for a long time." As I continued reading, the entries became increasingly frantic. The last entry was scrawled hastily, the handwriting shaky. "We're being hunted. The darkness is alive. We need to leave, but the path is gone. If anyone finds this, don't stay. The island is cursed." The weight of the words settled heavily on my chest, and I closed the journal, my mind racing. "We need to get out of here," I said, a sense of urgency in my voice. "We can't risk staying any longer." "Agreed," Rachel replied, her eyes wide with fear. "But where do we go?" I glanced around the cabin, searching for any supplies we could use. On a nearby shelf, I spotted a small lantern, its glass cracked but intact. "We can use this," I said, grabbing it and rummaging through the drawers for oil. "Do you think it will help?" Rachel asked, her brow furrowing. "It might give us some light if we need it," I replied, my mind racing with possibilities. "And if we're lucky, we can find our way to the other side of the island." As I filled the lantern with oil, the sound of rustling outside made us both freeze. "Did you hear that?" Rachel whispered, her voice trembling. "Yes," I replied, my heart racing. The growl from earlier echoed faintly in the distance, and I felt a jolt of panic. "We need to leave now," I said, urgency flooding my voice. We quickly gathered what we could, some rations from the cabin and the lantern, and made our way back to the door, my heart pounding in my chest. "Stay close," I instructed, gripping the lantern tightly as we stepped back into the night. The clearing was eerily quiet, the moonlight casting long shadows across the ground. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of the creature, but there was only silence. "Where do we go now?" Rachel asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Follow the stream," I said, pointing in the direction of the rushing water. "We need to stay close to the water. It might lead us to the edge of the island." With a nod, we moved cautiously through the clearing, the lantern casting a flickering glow around us. The forest loomed like a dark sentinel, its shadows watching our every move. As we made our way toward the stream, a sudden rustling in the trees sent a chill down my spine. "It's coming!" I gasped, panic flooding my veins. "Run!" Rachel cried, and we dashed toward the water, our hearts racing in tandem. The growls grew louder, a chilling reminder that we were being hunted. The darkness closed in around us as we sprinted toward the safety of the stream, the water roaring ahead. Just as we reached the bank, the creature lunged from the shadows, its massive form barreling toward us. "Jump!" I shouted, leaping into the icy waters as the creature snapped its jaws behind us. The cold engulfed us, pulling us under as we fought against the current. I kicked hard, pushing myself toward the surface, desperate to escape. Rachel surfaced beside me, gasping for breath, and I grabbed her hand, urging her to swim with me. "We have to get to the other side," I shouted, my voice muffled by the water. We fought against the current, our bodies straining as we swam for the opposite bank. The creature's snarls echoed behind us, and I could feel its presence closing in. "Almost there," I urged, determination fueling my every stroke. With one final push, we reached the bank, scrambling onto the muddy shore and collapsing on the ground, breathless and terrified. "We made it!" Rachel exclaimed, her voice a mix of relief and disbelief. But I couldn't celebrate yet. The growling was still close, echoing through the trees as we struggled to catch our breath. "We need to move," I urged, pulling Rachel to her feet. As we looked around, the forest seemed to shift, the trees closing in around us once more. The flickering glow of the lantern barely illuminated the path ahead, but we couldn't afford to stop. "Where do we go?" Rachel asked, panic creeping into her voice again. "Just follow the stream," I said, my mind racing for options. "If we keep moving, maybe we'll find a way out of here." We took off down the bank, the water rushing beside us as we forged ahead. The growls echoed behind us, a chilling reminder that we were not alone in this darkness. With each step, the weight of the island pressed down on us, the trees looming like ominous figures as we fled. But as we moved deeper into the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. "Do you think it's still following us?" Rachel asked, glancing back nervously. "I don't know," I replied, my heart racing. "But we can't stop. We have to keep moving." The darkness felt alive, pulsating with an energy I couldn't understand. Shadows danced around us, and I felt a growing sense of dread that we were running towards something we couldn't escape. But just when I thought we would be trapped in the never-ending forest, the sound of rushing water grew louder, and I spotted a glimmer of light ahead. "Look!" I shouted, my heart leaping at the sight. "There's a way out." The path opened up before us, leading to a rocky embankment with a stream widened into a small waterfall. The moonlight spilled over the water, illuminating the scene in a silvery glow. "Let's go," Rachel urged, pulling me toward the water. We rushed to the edge of the waterfall, our hearts pounding with hope. The light from the moon reflected off the water, and for a brief moment it felt like we had found sanctuary. But then, from the darkness, the creature emerged again, its growl echoing in the night as it lunged toward us. "Jump!" I shouted, and without hesitation, we leaped into the water below. The cold water enveloped us once more, but this time I could feel the current pulling us away from danger. We swam against the rushing water, pushing ourselves toward the bank. As we surfaced, gasping for air, I spotted a narrow path leading up the embankment. "Over there!" I yelled, pointing. With a surge of determination, we swam toward the bank, clambering up the muddy slope and collapsing onto the ground. The growls faded into the distance, but I knew we couldn't let our guard down yet. We scrambled to our feet, breathing heavily as we searched for a way to escape. "Where do we go now?" Rachel asked, her eyes wide with fear. "Up the hill," I replied, spotting a faint trail winding through the trees. "Maybe it leads to the other side of the island." We took off, urgency propelling us forward as we raced up the path. The moon hung high above us, casting a ghostly light that illuminated our way. As we climbed, the sounds of the forest faded, replaced by an eerie silence that settled around us. It felt as if the world had paused, holding its breath in anticipation. "What if it finds us again?" Rachel whispered, fear lacing her voice. "We'll be ready," I promised, though doubt gnawed at me. The path led us higher into the hills, and the air grew colder, crisp and sharp against our skin. As we reached the top, we emerged onto a rocky plateau that overlooked the forest below. The view was breathtaking, but my heart sank at the sight. The forest stretched endlessly, dark and impenetrable, and in the distance, I spotted flickers of light dotting the landscape, fires, possibly. but they were far away, too far for us to reach. "We're trapped," Rachel said, her voice filled with despair. "No," I replied, determination hardening within me. "We're not giving up." As we scanned the horizon, I noticed something glimmering in the moonlight, a figure moving among the trees just beyond the edge of the forest. "Do you see that?" I pointed, my heart racing. "Yes," Rachel replied, her eyes wide. "What is it?" "I don't know," I said, but something about it felt familiar. The figure moved closer, and as it stepped into the light, I realized it was another person, drenched and disheveled, but alive. "Hey!" I shouted, waving my arms to get their attention. "Over here!" The figure paused, staring at us in disbelief, then broke into a sprint toward us. "It's another survivor," Rachel exclaimed, her voice filled with hope. As the figure approached, I could see their features more clearly. It was a woman, her clothes torn and dirty, but her eyes were bright with determination. "Are you okay?" I asked as she reached us, concern flooding my voice. "I thought I was the only one left," she gasped, relief washing over her. "I've been hiding from them. I thought they had taken everyone." "What do you mean?" Rachel asked, her brow furrowing. "There are more of them," the woman said, her voice trembling. "They're hunting us. We have to find a way off this island, together." I exchanged a glance with Rachel, hope igniting within me once more. "Do you know a way out?" I asked the woman. "I might," she replied, glancing back toward the trees. "But we have to hurry. They're always watching." Without wasting another moment, we formed a tight group and began to descend from the plateau, the weight of the night pressing down on us. The woman led the way, her knowledge of the terrain guiding us through the thickening shadows. But as we moved, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest loomed around us, the darkness pulsing with a life of its own. "Keep moving," I urged, trying to quell the rising dread. The woman glanced back, her eyes wide with fear. "We need to find a place to hide. They can sense fear." "Then we have to act brave," Rachel said, her voice steady. "We can't let them know we're scared." With that, we pressed on, determination pushing us forward as we navigated through the dense underbrush. But as we moved deeper into the night, the forest began to shift again, the trees closing in as the growls echoed around us. We stumbled upon a small cave hidden beneath a rocky overhang, and the woman ushered us inside, the darkness swallowing us whole. "This will have to do for now," she whispered, her voice barely audible. We huddled together in the cave, our breaths quickening as we listened to the sounds outside. The growls were closer now, echoing through the night, and I could feel my heart racing in my chest. "We'll stay here until it passes," the woman said, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped us. But as we sat in the darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that the real danger was yet to come. And as the shadows deepened around us, I knew that whatever hunted us was still out there, waiting for its chance to strike. As we huddled together in the damp cave, the atmosphere felt thick with tension. The growls outside echoed in the darkness, reverberating against the rocky walls. I could see Rachel's face pale in the faint light, her eyes wide with fear. The other woman, whose name I still didn't know, was scanning the shadows, her expression tense. "Do you think it's gone?" Rachel whispered, barely audible. "I don't know," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "We need to wait and listen." The growls faded into a low rumble, then fell silent. In that eerie stillness, I could hear the sound of our breathing, quick and uneven, as we tried to control our rising panic. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. I glanced at my watch. Time felt irrelevant in the darkness. I couldn't shake the feeling of being trapped, both physically in this cave and psychologically by the fear that gripped me. The woman shifted beside me, her voice low. I don't think it's just one creature. I've seen others, shadowy figures moving in the trees. They're hunting in packs. Why are they doing this? Rachel asked, her voice trembling. What do they want from us? I don't know, the woman replied. But whatever they are, they're not human. They seem to thrive in the dark, as if it gives them power. I felt a shiver run down my spine at her words. What have you seen? I pressed, wanting to understand the full scope of the danger we faced. Sometimes, when the light starts to fade, I hear whispers, voices calling out. I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me at first, but then I saw them. They move with the shadows, darting between the trees. It's like they can sense when we're afraid. My heart raced at the thought. Whispers? What do they say? I couldn't make out the words, but it felt like they were trying to lure me out, she replied, her eyes reflecting the flickering light of the lantern. Like they wanted to play with me before they took me. The atmosphere in the cave thickened, the air heavy with dread. I had to keep my mind focused. Panicking wouldn't help us now. Is there a way off the island? I asked, shifting the conversation to something more actionable. The woman hesitated, glancing at the entrance of the cave. There's a boat dock on the other side, but it's a long trek through the forest. We'll have to be very careful. If we try to move in the dark, they'll find us. Then we wait for dawn, I decided. We'll gather our strength, and as soon as the first light hits, we make a run for it. Rachel nodded, though doubt lingered in her eyes. What if we don't make it? We will, I insisted, forcing confidence into my voice. We have to believe that we can escape. The hours dragged on as we sat in the darkness, the tension palpable. I could feel the weight of the night pressing down on us, the shadows lurking just beyond our reach. I fought to keep my eyes open, the exhaustion threatening to overwhelm me, but sleep felt like a luxury I couldn't afford. At some point, Rachel leaned her head against my shoulder, her breath steadying. I could feel her trust in me, but it only deepened the weight of responsibility I felt. I had to keep her safe, no matter the cost. The darkness began to lighten as the first hint of dawn crept into the cave, casting a pale glow around us. I glanced at the woman, who was staring intently at the entrance, her body tense. Is it time? Rachel whispered, rubbing her eyes. Almost, I replied. Just a little longer. As the light grew brighter, I felt a surge of hope. We would make it out. We had to. But then, a sound broke the stillness. A low growl resonated from outside the cave, chilling me to the bone. They're here, the woman whispered, her voice trembling with fear. We need to move, now. Without a second thought, we scrambled to our feet, the panic igniting adrenaline in our veins. The growls intensified, echoing through the trees as we rushed toward the entrance. Stick together, I shouted, gripping the lantern tightly. We emerged into the daylight, but the forest still felt dark and foreboding. The trees towered above us, their branches twisting like skeletal fingers reaching out for us. Where do we go? Rachel gasped, glancing back as the growls grew louder. Follow me, I urged, leading the way down the rocky slope. We dashed into the underbrush, the leaves crunching beneath our feet. The path was narrow, winding through the dense foliage as we tried to put as much distance between us and the cave as possible. "Which way to the dock?" I shouted over my shoulder. "I think it's this way," the woman called, veering left as we navigated through the maze of trees. The growls behind us morphed into a cacophony of snarls and howls, a terrifying reminder that we were being hunted. I could feel my heart racing as we pushed deeper into the forest, branches scratching at our skin and the underbrush tangling around our legs. Just when I thought we'd made some headway, a shape darted up from the shadows, blocking our path. "Stop!" a voice shouted, causing us to skid to a halt. "What the hell is that?" Rachel cried, fear flooding her voice. The figure was a man, disheveled and wild-eyed, clutching a makeshift weapon. "You shouldn't be here," he yelled, panic evident in his voice. "They'll find you." "We know," I shouted back, my voice filled with urgency. "We're trying to escape." He stepped closer, eyes darting around as if expecting an attack. "You don't understand. You need to leave. The darkness is coming." Before I could respond, a chilling growl pierced the air, reverberating through the trees. The man's face went pale, and he looked between us and the sound. "Run!" he yelled, and without thinking, we bolted in the opposite direction. The growls grew louder, and I could feel the presence of something sinister chasing us through the trees. Panic fueled my every step as we raced through the forest, desperation driving us forward. "Where's the dock?" I yelled, glancing back to see if the man was following us. "I don't know," the woman gasped. "Just keep going." Branches whipped against my skin as we pushed through the underbrush. The forest felt alive, the shadows swirling around us, and I could feel the creatures closing in. "We need to find a way out," Rachel cried, her voice filled with fear. I spotted a glimmer of light ahead, the sun breaking through the trees. "This way," I shouted, leading them toward the brightness. We burst into a small clearing, and there, in the distance, I could see the glimmer of water, our potential escape. "There's the dock," I exclaimed, hope surging through me. But just as we started toward it, a massive shadow moved between the trees, blocking our path. The creature was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Its eyes glowed in the dim light, and its teeth glistened like sharp daggers. "Back!" I shouted, grabbing Rachel and the woman, pulling them away from the advancing threat. But there was nowhere to go. The growls surrounded us, echoing through the trees like a terrifying symphony. I had to think fast. "We can't let it corner us," I yelled, desperation rising. "We need to split up and run for the dock." "What?" Rachel gasped, fear flashing in her eyes. "Are you crazy? It's the only way. We need to distract it. We'll meet at the dock." With a shared look of uncertainty, we nodded. It was now or never. "On 3. I counted, adrenaline surging through my veins. 1, 2, 3. We scattered in different directions, the forest swallowing us whole as we raced toward the safety of the dock. I could hear the creature's growls behind me, its massive form crashing through the underbrush as I sprinted with everything I had. The dock was so close, the water shimmering in the distance, but the sounds of the hunt were relentless. I could feel it gaining on me, the air growing heavier as I pushed forward. Almost there. I urged myself, the dock just ahead. But as I reached the edge, I skidded to a halt, breathless and terrified. A small boat bobbed in the water, but there was no time to waste. I scrambled onto the dock, glancing back to see if Rachel and the woman had made it. "Where are they?" I muttered, panic bubbling up inside me. And then, I heard it, the chilling growl of the creature just behind me. "Doe! Doe!" I shouted, diving into the boat and scrambling to untie it. As I pulled the rope free, I turned to see Rachel and the woman sprinting toward me, their eyes wide with fear. "Hurry!" I yelled, urgency propelling me forward. They leaped onto the boat just as the creature emerged from the trees, its eyes locked onto us with an insatiable hunger. "Row! Row!" Rachel cried, panic lacing her voice as I pushed the boat away from the dock. We began to paddle frantically, but the creature lunged, its claws swiping through the air just inches away. The water splashed around us, sending waves crashing against the boat as we fought to escape. "Keep going!" I shouted, my heart pounding. The shore receded behind us, the island becoming a dark silhouette against the dawn sky. I didn't dare look back, focusing instead on the rhythm of our paddles, my body straining against the effort. But as we moved further from the island, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread creeping in. The whispers I had heard, the growls that haunted us, they weren't gone. They lingered in the back of my mind, a reminder of the darkness that thrived in the unknown. And as the sun rose higher, casting a golden glow on the water, I couldn't help but wonder what we had truly escaped. The boat rocked gently as we floated farther from the island, but the sense of safety was an illusion. I glanced back at the dark shape of the island slowly disappearing in the distance, my heart still racing from the adrenaline. "Are we safe?" Rachel's voice trembled as she clutched the edge of the boat, her knuckles white. I forced a reassuring smile. "We made it. For now." The woman, whose name I still didn't know, stared into the water, her expression inscrutable. I wondered what she was thinking. She had seen things I couldn't even imagine. "What now?" she finally asked, breaking the heavy silence. "Where do we go from here?" I looked around, taking in the vastness of the ocean stretching out before us. The horizon was clear, but the unease in my gut wouldn't dissipate. "We need to find land. Somewhere we can regroup and figure out what just happened." Rachel's eyes widened. "What if it comes after us?" "We'll be okay," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "We just need to keep moving." As we paddled, the sun climbed higher in the sky, illuminating the water in bright blue. The warmth felt comforting, but I could sense that the darkness of the island still clung to us like a shadow. After what felt like an eternity of paddling, we spotted a distant coastline, a thin line of land that looked like a blessing in the otherwise empty expanse. "There!" I pointed. "Let's head for that." We changed direction, our movements more determined now. Hope surged within me, momentarily dispelling the fear that had gripped us since we escaped the island. As we approached the shore, a sense of relief washed over me. The beach was sandy and inviting, with gentle waves lapping at the edges. I could hardly believe we had made it. Finally, Rachel whispered, her voice a mix of exhaustion and hope. We pulled the boat onto the shore, the sand soft beneath our feet. I felt the coolness of the water washing over my ankles, and for a moment it felt like we were safe. But as we stepped onto the sand, the reality of our situation set in. We were still alone in this strange place, far from home and the familiar comforts of life. "We should find shelter," I suggested, scanning the beach for any signs of civilization. "And water. We need to hydrate." The woman nodded, her expression unreadable. "I've seen places like this before. There might be something deeper in the forest." "Let's move," I urged, glancing at Rachel, who still looked shaken. We can't stay here for long. We ventured inland, the trees forming a canopy overhead that filtered the sunlight. The forest was dense and alive with sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the distant calls of unknown creatures. But beneath the beauty of nature, I could still feel the remnants of fear coursing through my veins. What if those creatures followed us? What if they lurked just beyond our vision, waiting for the right moment to strike? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. We walked for what felt like hours, the trees closing in around us. The air was thick with humidity, and sweat beaded on my forehead. "Do you think we're getting anywhere?" Rachel asked, her voice hoarse. "I hope so," I replied, trying to keep my spirits up. "We need to find something, anything, indicating there's life here." Just as I finished speaking, we stumbled into a small clearing. In the center stood a dilapidated cabin, its wooden frame withered and worn by the elements. "Look," the woman exclaimed, pointing at the structure. "Maybe we can find supplies there." We approached cautiously, the sound of our footsteps muffled by the thick layer of leaves on the ground. The cabin looked abandoned, the door hanging slightly ajar. I exchanged glances with Rachel and the woman, a mix of trepidation and hope swirling in the air. "Let's check it out," I said, my voice steadying. "We can't pass up this opportunity." Pushing the door open, it creaked ominously, revealing a dark interior. Dust motes floated in the shafts of light filtering through the windows. The air was stale, and the smell of mold filled my nostrils. "Stay close," I instructed, stepping inside first. The cabin was small, with a few pieces of furniture scattered around, a table, a couple of chairs, and a rusty old stove in the corner. "Maybe there are supplies?" Rachel whispered, glancing around nervously. I moved deeper into the cabin, searching for anything useful. My heart sank as I rummaged through drawers, finding nothing but remnants of what must have been an abandoned life, old newspapers, empty cans, and dust-covered dishes. "There's nothing here," I said, frustration creeping into my voice. The woman moved to the back room, and I heard her gasp. "There's a small storage area." We hurried to join her, and I felt a flicker of hope as I followed Rachel into the darkened space. It was cramped and filled with cobwebs, but at the back, a few crates stood stacked together. "What's in there?" Rachel asked, peering over my shoulder. I pried open the lid of the nearest crate, and the musty smell hit me like a wall. Inside were a few bottles of water and some dried food. "Water!" I exclaimed, pulling out a bottle and handing it to Rachel. "This is great." We each took a bottle and savored the cool liquid, letting it quench our thirst. I could feel my strength returning with every sip. "Let's grab what we can and get out of here," I said, refilling our supplies as quickly as possible. I don't want to linger too long. Once we had filled our bags, we stepped back into the main room, ready to leave the cabin behind. But just as I reached for the door, a loud crash echoed from outside, sending chills down my spine. "What was that?" Rachel gasped, her eyes wide with fear. "I don't know," I said, my heart racing. "We need to move. Now." We dashed out of the cabin, scanning the trees for any signs of movement. The crashing noise came again, louder this time, followed by a series of guttural growls that made my stomach twist. "They're here!" I shouted, adrenaline coursing through my veins. We ran, hearts pounding as we fled deeper into the forest. The sounds of our pursuers were closing in, the growls echoing through the trees as they hunted us down. "Where do we go?" the woman shouted, panic lacing her voice. "Anywhere but here," I yelled back, pushing myself to run faster. As we darted between the trees, I could feel the ground tremble beneath us, the creatures moving with a terrifying speed. I could hear their breath, hot and ragged, behind us, urging us to push harder. "Keep going," I urged, feeling the weight of fear pushing us forward. But just as we thought we might escape, I stumbled over a root, losing my balance and crashing to the ground. Pain shot through my ankle as I hit the forest floor, but there was no time to dwell on it. "Get up!" Rachel shouted, her eyes wide with terror. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain, but the delay had cost us. The growls were louder now, the shadows closing in around us. "We need to hide," the woman yelled, pointing to a thicket of bushes. We dove into the underbrush, pressing ourselves against the ground as we tried to catch our breath. My heart raced, and I could feel the vibrations of the creatures moving just outside our hiding spot. "Please, don't find us," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the sounds of the forest. As the growls surrounded us, a chilling realization sank in. We were still trapped in the island's grasp, the darkness lurking just beyond our reach. And the fight for survival was far from over. We held our breath as the shadows shifted around us. The growls had stopped, but the eerie silence was almost worse. I could hear my heart pounding in my chest, each beat a reminder that we were still alive, at least for now. Rachel's eyes were wide, glistening with fear as she lay next to me, her body trembling uncontrollably. The woman, calm on the surface but with a strained intensity in her gaze, kept her eyes fixed on the dense foliage as if waiting for something to emerge. Minutes passed, each one dragging out like an eternity. Sweat trickled down my back, and I clenched my fists into the dirt beneath me, trying to steady my breathing. Then, just when I thought we might have avoided whatever was stalking us, a loud snap echoed through the forest, followed by a low growl. My muscles tensed. They were close. Too close. "Stay still," I whispered as softly as I could, barely moving my lips. "Don't make a sound." Rachel stifled a sob, pressing her hand over her mouth, tears streaming down her face. I could feel her fear, the terror so thick it seemed to choke the air around us. Then, we heard movement, slow, deliberate footsteps approaching. Something was out there, circling us. The ground trembled slightly with each step, as if the very earth knew the danger we were in. I dared not move, barely allowing myself to blink. I could see the outline of a dark shape moving between the trees, its massive form hulking, predatory. It moved with the precision of a hunter, its senses keenly tuned to the smallest sound or motion. My throat tightened as I realized we were nothing but prey. The creature stopped, sniffing the air. I could see its shadow looming closer, its claws glinting in the faint light filtering through the trees. It knew we were nearby, it just hadn't found us yet. Time seemed to stretch as we lay there, trapped in the suffocating silence. My heart raced, but I forced myself to remain calm, knowing that even the slightest movement could betray us. The creature moved again, closer this time, and I could hear its heavy breathing, the raspy exhale of something far from human. My mind raced, trying to think of a plan, some way to escape, but the weight of the moment crushed all rational thought. Then, with an abrupt snarl, the creature turned and bounded away into the trees, disappearing as quickly as it had come. The forest fell eerily silent once more, and I released the breath I hadn't realized I was holding. We survived," Rachel whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "For now," I replied, the dread still clinging to my every word. "But we need to keep moving. We're not safe here." The woman nodded, her eyes still scanning the forest. "Let's go." before it comes back. With great effort, we climbed to our feet, muscles aching from the tension and exertion. My ankle throbbed, a reminder of my earlier fall, but I pushed the pain aside. There was no time to dwell on injuries now. We moved cautiously through the trees, staying low and keeping to the shadows as much as possible. Every crack of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent my nerves on edge, but we pressed forward, driven by the need to survive. "Where do we go?" Rachel asked, her voice shaking as we moved deeper into the woods. "We can't just keep running forever." "I don't know," I admitted, my thoughts racing. "We need to find something, somewhere we can regroup, think. But we can't stop here." "Not yet." The woman remained quiet, her eyes distant, as if she was lost in her own thoughts. I wondered what was going through her mind, but I didn't ask. There wasn't time for conversation. As the minutes dragged on, the forest began to change. The trees grew thicker, their branches twisting into unnatural shapes. The air grew cooler, heavier, and with it came a sense of unease that clung to my skin like a damp shroud. "There's something wrong here," Rachel whispered, glancing nervously at the trees. "It feels off." She was right. The further we went, the more unnatural everything felt. It was as if the island itself was alive, watching us, manipulating the landscape to keep us trapped. I could feel it in my bones. "We need to find a way out," I muttered, my voice strained. "But I don't know how." Suddenly, we heard a distant sound, different from the growls we heard earlier. It was faint, almost like a voice. "Did you hear that?" Rachel asked, stopping in her tracks. I strained to listen, and there it was again, a soft, unintelligible murmur drifting through the trees. "It's coming from that direction," the woman said, pointing ahead, her expression suddenly alert. "We should check it out," I suggested, though every instinct in me screamed to avoid it. But what choice did we have? We were lost, hunted, and desperate. We moved toward the sound cautiously, hearts racing with every step. As we approached, the murmur grew clearer, transforming into something more familiar, words. Human words. "There's someone there," Rachel exclaimed, her voice rising with hope. "We're not alone." I wasn't so sure. The island had already shown us that it was capable of twisting reality, of playing tricks on our senses. But we had no other options. We pushed through the thick underbrush until we emerged into another clearing. In the center stood an old well, its stone sides worn and covered in moss. The voice was louder now, clearer, echoing from within the depths of the well. We exchanged glances, uncertainty hanging in the air. The voice sounded human, but there was something unsettling about it, something that didn't quite fit. "I don't like this," the woman said, her voice tense. "It feels wrong." But before I could respond, Rachel stepped forward, peering down into the darkness of the well. "Hello," she called, her voice trembling. "Is someone down there?" The voice stopped abruptly, replaced by a chilling silence. Then, from the depths of the well, a slow, deliberate laugh echoed up, cold and menacing. Rachel stepped back, her face pale. We need to leave." But it was too late. The ground beneath us began to tremble, the well vibrating as if something deep inside was stirring, awakening. "We have to run," I shouted, grabbing Rachel's arm and pulling her away. The woman followed closely behind as the earth shook violently, the trees swaying and the ground cracking beneath our feet. As we fled, the laughter from the well grew louder, more distorted, until it was a cacophony of sound that seemed to follow us, chasing us into the dark unknown. The ground continued to shake as we ran, the distorted laughter from the well echoing behind us like a chorus of nightmares. I didn't dare look back. All I could do was focus on putting one foot in front of the other, pushing through the pain in my ankle and ignoring the cold sweat that clung to my skin. Rachel's breathing was ragged beside me, but she kept pace, her hand gripping mine tightly. The woman stayed close, her face set in grim determination. There was no time for fear now, only survival. The trees blurred around us as we fled deeper into the island's heart. The once thick forest began to thin, the towering trunks replaced by twisted, skeletal branches that reached out like claws. The air grew colder, sharper, biting at our exposed skin. I could feel the island shifting, changing beneath our feet, as if it was leading us somewhere, drawing us into a trap we couldn't escape. Finally, we stumbled into another clearing, this one different from the others. It was wide, open, the ground barren and cracked. In the center stood a massive stone structure, ancient and weathered, its surface covered in strange symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. A chill ran down my spine as I looked at it. This place felt wrong. What is this? Rachel gasped, clutching her side as she tried to catch her breath. I don't know, I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. But I don't like it. The woman stepped forward, her eyes scanning the structure with a mixture of fascination and dread. It's old, very old. This wasn't built by the people who came before us. She was right. The stone felt ancient, older than anything we'd seen so far. And the symbols, glowing with that eerie, unnatural light, seemed to pulse in time with the island's tremors, as if they were alive, watching us. I think we should leave, Rachel said, her voice wavering. We don't know what this is, and after everything we've seen. But something about the structure pulled at me. It was as if I could feel it calling out, beckoning us closer. Against my better judgment, I took a step forward, my eyes locked on the glowing symbols. We might not have a choice, I said, my voice steadying. We need answers. And whatever this is, it's connected to the island. The woman nodded, though there was hesitation in her eyes. But we need to be careful. This place, it's not natural. As we moved closer to the structure, the symbols seemed to brighten, casting an eerie glow across the clearing. The air felt thick, heavy with an energy I couldn't explain. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run, but something deep inside kept pulling me forward. What do you think it is? Rachel asked, her voice barely audible. I don't know, I replied honestly. But I think it has something to do with why the island is like this. We reached the base of the structure, standing in its shadow. Up close, the stone looked even more ominous, the symbols more intricate. I ran my fingers over the surface, feeling the strange warmth beneath my touch. It was almost as if the stone was alive. Suddenly, the ground beneath us shifted again, and a low rumble filled the air. The glow of the symbols intensified, and I could feel the energy around us rising, building to a crescendo. We need to move, the woman shouted, grabbing my arm. But before we could react, the ground split open beneath us, a deep chasm forming at the base of the structure. We stumbled backward as the earth crumbled away, revealing a dark, yawning pit that seemed to stretch endlessly into the depths below. The laughter from the well returned, louder now, more menacing, as if the island itself was mocking us. I grabbed Rachel's arm, pulling her back from the edge. We have to get out of here. But it was too late. The ground gave way beneath us, and we were falling, plunging into the darkness below. The fall felt endless. The air rushed past me, cold and biting, as we tumbled through the void. My stomach lurched, and I reached out, trying to grab onto anything, but there was nothing, just the oppressive darkness swallowing us whole. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the breath from my lungs. Pain shot through my body, but I forced myself to sit up, gasping for air. The darkness was suffocating, so thick I could barely see the shapes of Rachel and the woman beside me. "Are you okay?" I croaked, my voice hoarse from the fall. Rachel groaned, clutching her side. I think so. Where are we?" "I don't know," I replied, struggling to stand. My ankle throbbed painfully, but I ignored it. We had bigger problems now. The woman was already on her feet, her eyes scanning the darkness around us. "We need to find a way out. This place, it's not right." She was right. There was something unnatural about the air here. It was cold, stagnant, and filled with a strange energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I could feel it pressing down on me, like a weight I couldn't shake. "We need light," Rachel said, her voice trembling. "I can't see anything." I fumbled in my bag, pulling out the small flashlight we had packed earlier. It flickered to life, casting a dim beam across the ground. The sight that greeted us made my stomach churn. The floor was covered in bones. Human bones. They were scattered across the ground, some broken, others perfectly intact, their white surfaces glowing faintly in the light. "Oh my God," Rachel whispered, her voice barely audible. "We need to keep moving," the woman said, her tone steady but filled with urgency. "We can't stay here." We stepped carefully through the sea of bones, the flashlight's beam shaking in my trembling hands. Every step felt like a violation, the crunch of bones beneath our feet a constant reminder of the fate of those who had come before us. As we moved deeper into the cavern, the air grew colder, and the darkness seemed to press in around us. The flashlight flickered again, and I could feel the fear rising in my chest. "We need to find a way out," I muttered, more to myself than anyone else. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. A shadow, flickering just beyond the edge of the flashlight's beam. "Did you see that?" I whispered, stopping in my tracks. Rachel and the woman froze, their eyes darting to where I was looking. "I didn't see anything," Rachel said, her voice shaking. But I knew what I had seen. Something was down here with us. "We need to move faster," I urged, my heart racing. "Now!" We quickened our pace, the flashlight flickering again as we pushed through the darkness. But no matter how fast we moved, the feeling of being watched never left. Suddenly, the flashlight went out, plunging us into complete darkness. "No, no, no!" I fumbled with the switch, my fingers trembling. "Not now!" But it was no use. The light was gone, and we were trapped in the dark. Then, from the depths of the cavern, I heard it, a low, guttural growl, followed by the sound of something moving toward us. The growl echoed through the darkness, vibrating in the air around us like the sound of something massive, ancient, and hungry. My breath caught in my throat. Every hair on my body stood on end as the oppressive weight of the darkness pressed down on us, making it hard to move, hard to think. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Rachel's arm and pulling her forward. But in the pitch black, it was impossible to tell where we were going. The ground beneath our feet was uneven, littered with bones that crunched and shifted with each hurried step. I could hear Rachel stumbling beside me, her breath coming in quick gasps. The woman was close behind, her footsteps quick and steady, though I could feel the same growing panic radiating from her as well. The growl sounded again, louder this time, closer. Whatever was in the cavern with us, it was following. "Keep moving," the woman urged, her voice sharp with fear. "We can't let it catch up." I didn't need to be told twice. My ankle throbbed with every step, but the adrenaline surging through my veins dulled the pain. The only thing that mattered now was getting away from whatever was lurking in the dark. But as we ran, the tunnel seemed to twist and turn, narrowing in places, the walls closing on us. I could feel the cold stone scraping against my arms as we squeezed through a particularly tight passage. The air felt thicker here, colder, and the smell, damp, rotten, and metallic, grew stronger with each step. A loud crack echoed through the tunnel as something behind us collided with the stone wall, sending small bits of rock tumbling down. It was close. Too close. Rachel tripped, falling hard against the jagged stone floor. "I can't," she cried, her voice breaking. "I can't do this anymore." I knelt beside her, my hands trembling as I tried to pull her back to her feet. "We have to keep going. We're almost out." I didn't know if that was true, but I had to say something to keep her moving. To stop now was to die. Rachel's eyes were wide with terror, her face pale as she clutched my arm. I can't feel my legs." Panic surged in my chest. The exhaustion, the fear, it was taking its toll on her. "Rachel, please," I begged, my voice trembling. "Just a little further." The woman crouched beside us, her expression hardening as she glanced over her shoulder into the pitch-black tunnel behind us. "We don't have time," she said bluntly. "It's coming. We need to move." The growl echoed again, reverberating off the stone walls, this time accompanied by the sound of scraping, like claws dragging across the rock. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. I pulled Rachel up, wrapping her arm around my shoulders to support her weight. The woman took Rachel's other side, and together, we stumbled forward, moving as fast as we could. The tunnel began to widen again, the floor leveling out beneath our feet. I could feel the cool draft of air against my skin, and with it came a faint glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, we were getting closer to an exit. But the sound of claws scraping against stone was relentless, growing louder, closer with every passing second. The thing was hunting us, toying with us, as if it knew we had nowhere left to run. Suddenly, the tunnel opened up into a large cavern, the ceiling so high that it disappeared into the shadows above. In the center of the cavern stood an enormous stone altar, its surface carved with the same glowing symbols we had seen on the structure above ground. The symbols pulsed with a faint, sickly green light, casting eerie shadows across the room. My stomach churned as I took in the sight. There was something deeply wrong about this place, something ancient and malevolent. The air was thick with a sense of dread, and I could feel it crawling beneath my skin, seeping into my bones. "We have to keep moving," the woman said, her voice tight with urgency. "There has to be another way out of here." But even as she spoke, I could see the truth in her eyes. This was no exit. This was a trap. "We're trapped," Rachel whispered, her voice barely audible. I shook my head, refusing to accept it. "No. There has to be a way out. We just need to." Before I could finish, the ground beneath us shook violently, knocking us off balance. A loud roar echoed through the cavern, and from the darkness of the tunnel behind us, the creature emerged. It was massive, far larger than I had imagined. Its body was covered in thick, matted fur, its limbs long and twisted. Sharp claws extended from its hands, scraping the stone as it lumbered toward us. Its eyes, glowing faintly in the dim light, were empty and cold, filled with a hunger that sent a chill down my spine. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. This was it. This was the thing that had been stalking us all along. Rachel let out a choked sob, her grip on my arm tightening. What is that? The woman stepped in front of us, her body tense as if preparing to fight. Stay behind me, she ordered, her voice calm but firm. Whatever happens, don't stop moving. If I tell you to run, you run. Understand? I nodded, but my legs felt like they were made of lead. How could we outrun something like that? The creature moved closer, its growls deepening, its eyes locked on us. It seemed to savor our fear, taking its time as it approached. Then, without warning, it lunged. The woman reacted first, shoving us backward as she leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the creature's swipe. Run, she shouted, her voice echoing through the cavern. But I couldn't move. My body was frozen, paralyzed by terror as the creature turned its gaze on us, its maw opening wide to reveal rows of jagged teeth. The creature lunged forward, its massive body blotting out what little light the symbols on the altar provided. I could hear the sharp hiss of its breath, like wind being sucked through a narrow passage. My legs remained frozen, as if cemented to the cold stone beneath me. My mind screamed for me to move, to run, but my body refused to obey. The woman's voice cut through the chaos. Now! Run! Her shout snapped me out of my paralysis. I stumbled backward, grabbing Rachel by the arm. The sound of the creature's claws scraping against stone sent a wave of nausea through me. It was so close I could feel the hot, fetid breath at the back of my neck. We ran, half dragging Rachel between us, while the creature charged toward the woman. She didn't flinch, standing her ground with a calmness that defied the situation. In one swift motion, she grabbed a loose piece of jagged rock from the ground and swung it at the creature's face as it lunged at her. The stone connected with a sickening thud, but the creature barely reacted. It recoiled for just a moment before swiping at her with its massive claws. She dodged again, rolling across the ground, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. Her movements were sharp, practiced. She'd clearly faced danger before. But this was something far worse than any human threat. Rachel stumbled beside me, her breathing shallow and panicked. I can't, she whimpered. I can't do this. I tightened my grip on her arm. You don't have a choice. We have to keep moving. My voice sounded distant, hollow, as if the fear was choking it out of me. The cavern stretched before us, seemingly endless. In the dim light cast by the glowing symbols, I could barely make out any features of the room. The walls, smooth and unnatural, loomed high above, their surfaces marred by cracks and deep gouges. The sense of isolation was overwhelming, as if we had fallen into the belly of some ancient beast, never to escape. Behind us, the woman cried out as the creature's claws raked across her side. She staggered, blood staining the side of her torn jacket. But even injured, she didn't falter. She grabbed another piece of stone and hurled it at the creature, hitting it in the eye this time. The beast howled in pain, its roar deafening as it clutched its face. For a brief moment, I thought we might have a chance. The creature was distracted, giving us precious seconds to escape. This way. I yelled, pulling Rachel toward a small opening I had spotted in the far wall. It was barely large enough for us to squeeze through, but it was our only hope. We stumbled toward it, our feet slipping on the loose stones scattered across the ground. The woman, still fighting, glanced toward us. Her face was pale, her eyes wild with determination. "Go," she shouted. "I'll hold it off." My heart clenched in my chest. I didn't want to leave her behind, but there was no time to argue. We had to survive. Rachel and I reached the small opening, the gap just large enough for us to crawl through. I shoved her ahead of me, my hands trembling as I pushed her forward. "Go, Rachel. Hurry." She hesitated, looking back at me with wide, terrified eyes. "What about her?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I shoved her through the gap, and she disappeared into the darkness beyond. I turned back just in time to see the woman stagger again, blood pouring from a deep wound on her leg. The creature had her cornered, its massive form looming over her like a shadow of death. I wanted to scream, to rush back and help, but my body refused to move. My mind was consumed by the sight of the creature, its glowing eyes locked on her as it prepared for the final strike. Suddenly, the woman's hand shot out toward the glowing symbols on the altar. Her fingers brushed against the stone, and in an instant, the symbols flared to life, glowing with an intensity that made the entire cavern hum with energy. The creature howled again, this time in agony, as the light seared its skin. It staggered back, thrashing wildly, trying to escape the blinding glow. The woman, her body trembling from the effort, pushed herself up, using the last of her strength to press both hands against the altar. The symbols pulsed brighter and brighter, the air around us vibrating with some ancient, unseen force. Then, in a blinding flash, everything went silent. I blinked, my vision blurred by the sudden burst of light. When the haze cleared, I could see the woman, slumped against the altar, her chest barely rising with each shallow breath. The creature had vanished, leaving only the faint echo of its guttural growl in the distance. I crawled back through the gap, ignoring the burning in my legs, and ran to her side. Her face was pale, her body covered in blood and dust. But she was still alive. "Why didn't you run?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. I shook my head, tears stinging my eyes. "I couldn't leave you." Her lips curved into a weak smile. "Stupid." Behind me, Rachel crawled back through the gap, her face streaked with tears. Is she okay?" I didn't answer. I didn't know how to. The woman's eyes fluttered shut, her breathing growing weaker. The symbols on the altar continued to glow faintly, their power fading as the cavern returned to its eerie silence. For a moment, none of us moved. The adrenaline still coursed through my veins, my heart pounding in my ears. But as the silence settled over us, a realization sank in. The creature wasn't gone. Not for good. "We need to leave," I said, my voice hoarse. "Now." Rachel nodded, her face pale and drained of any remaining hope. Together, we pulled the woman to her feet, supporting her weight between us. She could barely stand, her body limp from exhaustion and blood loss. As we stumbled back toward the small opening in the cavern wall, the darkness seemed to thicken around us, the cold air pressing against my skin. The sense of dread, of something watching us, returned with a vengeance. We were not safe yet. The oppressive darkness surrounded us once more as we crawled through the narrow opening in the cavern wall. Each movement was agonizingly slow. The woman, barely conscious, leaned heavily on Rachel and me, her body trembling from blood loss and exhaustion. Her shallow breaths were ragged, and every few steps, her legs buckled beneath her. But we couldn't stop. We had to keep moving. The tunnel beyond the cavern felt different, colder, narrower, like the walls were pressing on us. The air was damp, thick with the smell of wet stone and decay. Every sound we made seemed to echo back at us, distorted, as if the tunnel itself was alive, listening. "Are you sure this is the way?" Rachel's voice was barely a whisper, her wide eyes darting around in the darkness. I wasn't sure of anything anymore, but I nodded. There's no other choice. Our only source of light came from the faint, fading glow of the symbols on the woman's hands. The power she had drawn from the altar had weakened, leaving only a pale, ghostly light that barely illuminated the path ahead. The creature might have retreated, but I knew it wasn't gone. I could feel it, a presence, lurking somewhere in the shadows, watching, waiting. And something else gnawed at the edges of my mind, a cold realization that settled like a weight in my chest. The woman had used the symbols to drive the creature away, but she had also warned us earlier, the island was alive. Whatever dark force controlled the creature, it was part of this place. This island wanted us to stay. We continued moving through the twisting, claustrophobic tunnel, the walls so close now that I could feel the rough stone scraping against my shoulders. The deeper we went, the more I could sense something watching us from within the very rock itself. A subtle vibration underfoot, as if the ground was breathing. Rachel stumbled beside me, her breath hitching in panic. What if we're going the wrong way? What if there's no way out? There is, I said, though the words felt hollow. We just have to keep going. But in the back of my mind, doubt gnawed at me. What if the tunnel didn't lead to safety? What if it was just another trap, another dead end where the darkness would finally consume us? The woman groaned softly, her weight shifting as she tried to speak. "There's a way," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "At the heart of the island, there's a passage." I exchanged a glance with Rachel. "The heart of the island?" The woman nodded weakly. "The island, it's ancient. There are tunnels beneath it, deeper than you can imagine. One leads out, but it's dangerous." Rachel's face drained of color. "More dangerous than what's following us?" The woman didn't answer. Her breathing had become labored, and her head lolled against my shoulder. We were running out of time. The tunnel suddenly opened up into a larger chamber. I nearly tripped over the sudden change in terrain, catching myself against the jagged stone wall. The chamber was vast, but the ceiling was low, barely high enough for us to stand upright. Strange carvings covered the walls, twisting, angular shapes that seemed to pulse faintly with an unnatural light. They looked ancient, like something etched by hands long gone. The symbols bore a disturbing resemblance to the ones on the altar above, and I could feel a faint hum of energy in the air, like static before a storm. Rachel gasped, her eyes fixating on the walls. What is this place?" I shook my head, trying to suppress the growing unease clawing at my insides. "It doesn't matter. We can't stay here." But the woman was looking at the symbols with wide, glassy eyes, her breath shallow and quick. "We're close, so close." I looked at her in alarm. Her skin was deathly pale, and a fine sheen of sweat coated her brow. She was fading fast. "What do you mean?" I asked, tightening my grip on her arm. "The heart of the island," she muttered, her eyes distant. "It's where the power comes from. If we reach it, we might be able to stop it." "Stop it?" I repeated, incredulous. "Stop what?" "That thing?" "Ow!" Her head lolled back, and for a moment I thought she had passed out, but then she whispered one word that sent a shiver down my spine: "Sacrifice." Rachel froze beside me, her face paling as the weight of the word hung in the air. Sacrifice? I swallowed hard, my throat dry. What are you saying? The woman's eyes fluttered open, her gaze locking onto mine. The island, it demands a price. Blood. A life for a life. A cold dread washed over me as her words sank in. You're saying someone has to die? She nodded weakly. It's the only way. Rachel took a step back, her hands shaking. No, there has to be another way. But deep down, I knew the truth. This island was alive, and it thrived on the fear, the desperation, the blood of those who wandered into its grasp. We had disturbed something ancient, something that had been slumbering for centuries, and now it demanded a sacrifice. We don't have time to argue, I said, my voice low and hoarse. We need to keep moving. Rachel looked at me with wide, panicked eyes. You're not seriously considering this, are you? I didn't answer. Instead, I tightened my grip on the woman and started moving forward, deeper into the chamber. The air grew colder the further we went, and the symbols on the walls pulsed brighter, their sickly green light casting eerie shadows across the chamber. The woman's breathing was shallow, her weight growing heavier with each step. We're almost there, she whispered. The chamber opened into another tunnel, this one even narrower than the last. The walls were slick with moisture, and the air felt thick and suffocating, like we were descending into the belly of the earth itself. And then I heard it. A faint, rhythmic sound, like a heartbeat, slow and steady, echoing through the tunnel. It reverberated in my chest, sending a wave of unease through me. The heart of the island. It was alive. The tunnel led us into a final chamber, smaller but more oppressive, the air thick with an unnatural energy. At the center of the room was a circular stone platform, etched with the same glowing symbols. And in the center of the platform, embedded in the stone, was a large, pulsating crystal. It throbbed with the same rhythm as the heartbeat I had heard, glowing with an eerie, blood-red light. The woman collapsed beside the platform, her body trembling. This is it, she rasped. The heart of the island. Rachel stared at the crystal in horror. What do we do now? The woman's eyes fluttered shut, and with her last ounce of strength, she whispered, one of us has to die. The woman's words echoed in the cavernous chamber, bouncing off the cold stone walls. One of us has to die. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. The low hum of the island's heartbeat pulsed through the air, synchronized with the glowing red crystal at the center of the room. Its steady rhythm reverberated in my chest, making my breath catch in my throat. The idea of sacrifice had hovered on the edge of my thoughts, but hearing her say it out loud brought a cold, harsh reality crashing down around me. Rachel's eyes were wide with disbelief, her hand clutched to her chest as if the weight of the island's curse was pressing directly on her heart. No, she whispered, her voice trembling. No, this can't be the only way. But the woman, lying on the cold stone floor, didn't respond. Her chest rose and fell slowly, her breaths growing fainter with each passing second. She had sacrificed so much already, her strength, her blood, her very will to survive. And now, she was barely hanging on, like a flickering flame on the verge of being snuffed out. I took a step toward the platform, my legs heavy as if the island itself was trying to hold me back. The crystal, pulsating with that slow, steady heartbeat, glowed brighter the closer I got. Its light cast long, ominous shadows across the chamber, making the symbols on the walls seem to writhe like living things. What happens if we don't? Rachel asked, her voice small and fragile in the oppressive darkness. She didn't look at me. Her gaze was fixed on the woman, on the blood seeping from her wounds, on the truth that none of us wanted to face. The woman's lips moved, but no sound came out. She was too weak to answer. But deep down, I knew. We both did. The island will take what it wants, I said, my voice barely audible. It's not going to let us leave without a price. Rachel backed away, shaking her head. No, we'll find another way. We'll fight it. There has to be something else. But there wasn't. The realization was like a heavy stone settling in my stomach. This island, with its ancient power and hunger, had been feeding on the lives of those who ventured here for centuries. The creatures that roamed the darkness were just extensions of that hunger, shadows cast by a deeper, more insidious force. And now, it was demanding a final payment. I knelt beside the woman, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. Her skin was cold, her breathing shallow. She opened her eyes, just barely, and looked up at me with a gaze filled with a mixture of sorrow and acceptance. Is there no other way? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Her eyes fluttered shut again, but she managed a faint whisper. The island, it needs blood to stay asleep. It's always been this way. I stood up slowly, my legs trembling beneath me. The weight of her words pressed down on me like a physical force. The island was a prison for something far worse than the creatures we had encountered. Something ancient and malevolent, something that would awaken if the island didn't get what it wanted. Rachel's voice broke through my thoughts, her panic rising. We can't just kill someone. There has to be something else. We could. Rachel, I interrupted softly, there is no other way. She looked at me, her eyes filled with tears, her lips trembling as she searched for some argument, some way to deny the truth. But she found none. So, what? One of us just offers ourselves up? I didn't have an answer. My mind raced with the horror of it all. How could we choose? The woman was already on the verge of death, but could I really condemn her to be the final sacrifice? And what if she wasn't enough? What if the island needed something more, something stronger, something more deliberate? We need to think, I said, pacing around the chamber, trying to clear my head. We can't rush this. The woman groaned softly, her body trembling as she tried to push herself up on one arm. There's no time. The island's waking up. It's already starting. As if on cue, the walls of the chamber began to tremble, a low rumble vibrating through the stone beneath our feet. The heartbeat of the island grew louder, faster, like the pulse of a living thing, speeding up as its hunger intensified. Rachel looked around frantically, her hands shaking. What if we just destroy it? The crystal, what if we break it? I shook my head, my thoughts racing. I don't know what that would do. It might make things worse. But she was desperate. We can't just sit here and wait to die. We have to do something. Before I could stop her, Rachel rushed toward the platform, her eyes wild with panic. She reached for the glowing crystal, her hands trembling as they hovered over its pulsating surface. The light from the crystal bathed her face in an eerie red glow, making her look almost ghostly. Rachel, stop! I shouted, but it was too late. She grabbed the crystal with both hands. For a split second, nothing happened. And then the chamber exploded with light and sound. The crystal flared to life, glowing so brightly that I had to shield my eyes. A deafening roar filled the air, and the ground shook violently, throwing me off my feet. The island's heartbeat pounded in my ears, faster and louder, until it felt like my head was about to split open. Rachel screamed, her body convulsing as the energy from the crystal surged through her. Her hands were locked onto the stone, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't let go. The light from the crystal grew brighter, its red hue deepening into a blood-soaked crimson. The very air around us seemed to warp and twist as the island's hunger reached a fever pitch. "Rachel!" I shouted, scrambling to my feet, but I could barely hear my own voice over the roar of the island. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The light vanished. The roaring ceased. The chamber fell deathly silent. I blinked, trying to clear the spots from my vision. When I finally looked up, my stomach twisted in horror. Rachel was still standing by the platform, but her body was completely still. Her hands, once clutching the crystal, now hung limp at her sides. Her eyes were open, staring blankly ahead, but there was no life in them. I stumbled forward, my heart racing. "Rachel?" She didn't respond. I reached out, my hand trembling as I touched her arm. Her skin was cold, unnaturally cold, as if all the warmth and life had been drained from her body. I pulled my hand back, fear clawing at my insides. Rachel was gone. The island had claimed its sacrifice. I stood frozen in the chamber, my hand still hovering over Rachel's lifeless form. The silence after the island's deafening roar was unbearable, heavy, suffocating. My heart raced, but it felt like time had stopped. Rachel's empty eyes stared back at me, devoid of the warmth, fear, or spark they had once held. The island had taken her, absorbed her life, and left behind an empty shell. The woman, lying on the stone floor, moaned weakly, snapping me out of my paralysis. Her breath was shallow, each inhale rattling through her chest. Her face, now a sickly gray, was twisted in pain. "It's beginning," she whispered, her voice barely audible. I turned to her, but my mind was numb. Beginning? I thought it was already over, the sacrifice had been made. But as I listened, I realized she was right. The island wasn't done with us. A low rumble vibrated through the stone beneath my feet. The walls of the chamber began to pulse, much like the heartbeat we'd heard earlier, but faster now, more frantic. I could feel it in my chest, like the island itself was coming to life, breathing, its hunger growing with each second. I stumbled toward the woman, my legs weak, my thoughts racing. "What's happening?" "Rachel, she..." "The sacrifice," the woman gasped, her eyes flaring shut for a moment, "wasn't enough. The island, it needs more." My heart sank, a cold dread spreading through my body. I glanced at Rachel's lifeless form again, my throat tightening with horror. All that, and it wasn't enough. I had thought we were so close to escaping this nightmare, but the island wasn't satisfied. It wanted more. It wanted me. What do I do? My voice broke as I spoke, panic gripping me. "Tell me what to do." The woman's eyes opened slightly, her gaze unfocused, distant. "You must go deeper. To the core, it's the only way. But beware, the island won't let you go easily." I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of her words. The core of the island, the heart that had been beating beneath our feet since we arrived. I had no choice now but to go there, to face whatever ancient, malevolent force lay at the island's center. My only hope was that there, I could end this once and for all. With trembling hands, I reached down to help the woman, but she weakly pushed me away. "Go," she rasped, her voice faint. "I'm already gone." I hesitated, guilt and fear warring within me. Leaving her behind felt wrong, abandoning her in this cursed place to die alone. But there was no time. The rumbling beneath the ground was growing stronger, and I could feel the island's heartbeat accelerating, its pulse matching my own frantic terror. "I'm sorry," I whispered, barely able to hear my own voice. Then I turned and hurried deeper into the tunnel, leaving Rachel's still body and the dying woman behind. The path twisted downward, narrowing and tightening the further I went. The walls, slick with moisture, closed in on me, pressing against my shoulders and forcing me to stoop lower. Every step felt heavier, like the island was weighing me down, pulling me deeper into its depths. The air was thick and damp, filled with the stench of earth and decay. My breathing became labored, each inhale a struggle against the oppressive atmosphere. As I descended, the faint glow from the walls flickered, casting eerie shadows that seemed to dance and shift with a life of their own. I could no longer tell if the movement was real or if my mind was playing tricks on me. Exhaustion blurred the lines between reality and nightmare. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern. The ceiling rose high above me, disappearing into darkness. At the center of the cavern stood a massive stone altar, covered in the same glowing symbols we had seen throughout the island. But this altar was different, larger, older, its surface cracked and worn with time. And in the middle of the altar was the heart of the island, a giant, pulsating crystal, similar to the one Rachel had touched, but far more powerful. It throbbed with a deep, red glow, its light casting long, ominous shadows across the cavern. I approached it slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. The closer I got, the louder the island's heartbeat became, until it drowned out every other sound. I could feel its energy pulling me in, drawing me closer to the source of its power. The island was awake. I stopped at the edge of the altar, staring up at the crystal. It was mesmerizing, almost hypnotic in its slow, rhythmic pulsing. For a brief moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to touch it, to let its power consume me, to end this nightmare once and for all. But deep down, I knew that giving in would mean death. No, something worse than death. The island would take my life, my soul, and leave nothing behind. I clenched my fists, fighting the compulsion. "No," I whispered, my voice shaking. "I won't let you take me." The crystal pulsed brighter in response, as if mocking me. I could feel the island's hunger, its insatiable need for blood, for life. It wanted me to give in, to surrender. But I couldn't. I wouldn't. There had to be another way. I circled the altar, searching for something, anything, that could help me destroy the crystal, sever the island's connection to this ancient power. My eyes scanned the symbols etched into the stone, but they were indecipherable, their meaning lost to time. Then I saw it. A crack, running down the side of the altar, barely noticeable in the dim light. It was small, but it was there, a weakness in the stone. If I could somehow break the altar, shatter the crystal, maybe, just maybe, it would be enough to stop the island. But how? I had nothing, no tools, no weapons, nothing that could do any real damage. The ground trembled beneath my feet, and I stumbled, catching myself against the altar. The island's heartbeat quickened, a deep, rumbling growl echoing through the cavern. It was angry, furious that I had defied it. I looked around frantically, my mind racing. There had to be something I could use. Anything. My eyes landed on a jagged rock, half buried in the dirt near the altar's base. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. I grabbed the rock, its rough edges cutting into my palms, and raised it above my head. With a primal scream, I brought it down onto the crack in the altar with all the strength I could muster. The impact sent a shockwave through my arms, but the altar didn't break. I swung again, harder this time. And again. Each strike echoed through the cavern, a desperate rhythm of resistance against the island's will. On the fourth blow, the crack widened, a small chunk of stone breaking off and falling to the ground. The crystal flickered, its red glow dimming for just a moment. I was doing it. I was weakening it. But the island wasn't going to let me win that easily. The ground shook violently, knocking me off my feet. A deafening roar filled the air, and from the shadows of the cavern, I saw them, the creatures. Dozens of them, emerging from the darkness, their eyes glowing with the same malevolent red light as the crystal. They moved toward me, slow and deliberate, their black, formless bodies slithering across the stone like living shadows. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding in my chest. There was no time. If I didn't destroy the crystal now, it was all over. With one last, desperate cry, I swung the rock down onto the altar with all the strength I had left. The crack split wide open. The crystal shattered. The light from the crystal exploded outward, engulfing the cavern in a blinding flash. The creatures screeched, their forms dissolving into the air, disappearing into the darkness. The ground beneath me trembled violently, as if the very island was being torn apart. And then, everything went silent. When the light faded, I found myself on my knees, the shattered remnants of the crystal scattered at my feet. The cavern was still, unnaturally so. The creatures had vanished, their eerie red eyes no longer cutting through the darkness. But something was wrong. The island's heartbeat, which had once thrummed beneath everything, had stopped. I tried to stand, but a sudden wave of dizziness overtook me, forcing me back down. My hands trembled, my body feeling heavier with every breath. The island had gone silent, but it felt far from defeated. It felt alive. More alive than ever. I looked around the cavern, my pulse racing. The air was thick, oppressive, as if the very walls were closing in on me. Then I felt it, a creeping sensation at the back of my mind, like fingers brushing against my thoughts. The island wasn't just alive, it was awake. I hadn't destroyed it. I had unleashed it. A low, guttural sound rumbled through the cavern, not from the earth, but from deep within me. I clutched my chest, gasping for air, as something cold and dark curled its way up my spine. The island's essence, its hunger, was flowing through me now. I had thought destroying the crystal would save us, but instead, I had become a part of it. The island didn't need the crystal anymore, it had me. No. No. I whispered, struggling to my feet, my vision blurring. I stumbled toward the tunnel, desperate to escape, but my legs felt leaden, each step more difficult than the last. The ground beneath me seemed to pulse in time with my own heartbeat, as if the island was sinking with me. I barely made it to the tunnel's mouth before collapsing again. My hands clutched the stone walls as I tried to pull myself forward, but it was no use. The island was in me now, its presence gnawing at my thoughts, whispering in the back of my mind. You are ours now. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the darkness. My fingers clawed at the dirt, trying to pull myself forward, but my strength was fading. I could feel the island's influence spreading through me, filling every corner of my mind, turning my own thoughts against me. Then I heard footsteps, soft, deliberate, approaching from behind. I turned my head slowly, dreading what I might see. It was Rachel. Her eyes, once empty, now glowed with the same red light as the crystal. She moved toward me, her steps unnaturally smooth, her face expressionless. But this wasn't Rachel. The island had taken her, consumed her, and now it had sent her to finish what it had started. "Rachel, please," I gasped, my voice hoarse. But she didn't respond. She simply stared at me, her eyes devoid of anything human. The island had her now, just as it had me. I tried to crawl away, but it was useless. She reached down and placed her hand on my shoulder, her grip ice cold. "It's time," she whispered, her voice not her own, but a deep, guttural echo of the island's will. "You belong to the island now." A wave of despair washed over me. I had fought so hard, but in the end, there was no escape. The island always got what it wanted. As Rachel's hand tightened on my shoulder, I felt the darkness closing in around me, swallowing me whole. The last thing I saw was her empty, glowing eyes, staring down at me as the island took its final, fateful claim. Hope your dreams are filled with fear. Good night.